Greetings, family. Let's see. Hold on. My IG is okay. Greetings, family. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I'm going to get right into it. We have a lot to discuss, and I'm not going to be up on here for no 3, 4, 5, 10 hours this evening. So I'm going to try to get right into it. All right. A little bit of housekeeping. If you're tuning in from IG, greetings, everybody coming into the room. If you're tuning in on IG, I would encourage you to go to my YouTube channel, which is at Daughter of the Fates. Greetings, everybody. And go into there. Throughout this live that I'm going to be doing this evening, I will be doing some intermittent housekeeping, encouraging you to donate to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So just to start out, to do that, you can do a donation through Zelle using the temple's email address, which is evoemetemp at gmail.com. If you're tuning in on YouTube, then that information is also in the description box below the video. So that's Zelle at evoemetemp at gmail.com. If you want to do Cashapp, that is $ Daughter of the Fates. If you're going to do Venmo, that is my name, Cassandra-Floyd. That's Cassandra-Floyd. And PayPal is also evoemetemp at gmail.com. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to open up with the conspiracy for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, the global conspiracy for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the Almighty Divine She, the Great Cosmic Mother, am joining in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the Mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth and joyful compliance with our Mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, Mommy and I are one. So that is the global conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And we're going to go ahead and get started. So there's some other little housekeeping I want to do. I'm not going to do this every time I get up on a live. Greetings, everybody. But I am going to try to be a lot more disciplined in making this like a regular habit, even if I only do it like twice a month or something like that. So what I want to do now, greetings, everybody coming in the room, is I want to shout out. So I'm going back about a month and a half, almost 2 months, actually, because I haven't done this in a while. So I want to shout out people who have made donations and people who have become member subscribers of the YouTube channel. Okay. So just bear with me. I want to shout everybody out and then we'll move on to the next thing. So these are all the donations since like the end of March. All right. So Shauna T, Ariel G, Akura L, Michelle M, Shantanette, Tia G, Vertex Ninja, Virgo, Rosa K, GJP, Nicole L, Ashley D, Nadia H, Faith H, Yvonne R, Celeste B, Cat 943, Danielle P, Lolita M, Aminia J, Kenya H, Margarita Y, Tracy W, Dion, Carolyn J, Cheyenne D, Devon C, Michelle M, Jarika W, Chantel J, Yancy M, Lavina D, Tara P, Kay Phillips, Hope R, Big Mama Gang, Mama Red Star, S. Taylor, Mtikwa B, Shauna T, Leslie G, Andrew P, Cynthia M, Natu K, Maribel B, Maya G, Ernie L, Brittany P, Tanaj J, Tanaj H, Erica F, Angelique K, Angel B, Lynn B, and Diana P. That's everybody who has made donations. Thank you so much for that. Greetings, everybody coming into the room. Okay, and then the memberships was long. Well, it wasn't that long. It was like 31 people, but I can't print from home. So what I'm going to do, if I can, is try to share screen. Let's see. Yeah, share screen. And then just read straight from the screen until I can get this printed out. And nope. Window. Yeah, here we go. Awesome. Okay. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. I didn't count on that. All right. So I'm gonna just have to hold this while I'm reading this. Okay. Oh, great. Let me try it like this. Hopefully this won't. Oh, great. All right, let's do it like this. Okay, stop sharing. Cool. Yeah, that will do. That will do. All right. Okay, so I can start with Shy Boy Shades, who has been a follower for some time. Upgraded his membership from the Yemaya membership to the Oya membership yesterday. So shout him out. Let's see. So Vegan Butterfly at the Oshun membership, Save Our Trees, Oshun, FG Apothecary, Oshun, E Faith Ford, Oshun, Icy Captain Oshun, ML Oshun, Regina T, Oshun, Lisa J, Oshun, Karma Camille Oshun, Beverly Duke Oshun, Sage Page Oshun, Shanta J. Let's see, Shanta J Oshun, Cards Keys Oshun, Balance Oshun, the Kalima 29 Oshun, and Fire something. I don't know why it's showing these little weird things. It's probably just kind of like a thing with the ma'am, no man, don't even start. Probably a weird thing with this. I said stop it. Probably a weird thing with, I don't know, my whatever you call it, my Excel spreadsheet. Joseon Oshun, I have Voss at the OU at Oya membership, Sam La Arana at Oya, Zahara at Oya. Weird. I don't know why this is doing this. Guahan Goddess at Yamaya. Forbidden One at Yamaya. It's Miss D at Yamaya. Goddess Daja at Yamaya. Claudia Ankra at Yamaya. Hanifa at Yamaya. Janet Kennedy at Yamaya. Lajay at Yamaya. And Lavender 888 at Yamaya. So I want to shout out everybody who is a paid member subscriber to this channel. Greetings everybody who's come up on page. Boy, I tell y'all what, every time I turn around, I say, you know what, I ain't doing this shit late no more. I'm gonna do this shit at like 6 or 7 as soon as because the only reason I'm doing it late is because I had a lot to do before I got up on here in preparation for tomorrow. And I'm telling you, and I ain't send out no, what you call it, I ain't send out no notifications. Like as soon as I made the thing, I went live. I ain't do no notifications, and y'all just jolly on the spot. Like Y'all just dolly on the spot. Sage Page, Heart, everybody up in the room, Universal Soul, Adara, greetings everybody. Okay, so that's it. I think that's all for the housekeeping. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. So I got a lot to talk to y'all about tonight, and I went back over the last live that I did, which was I think last Friday was the last live I did. I've listened to it several times. Y'all have sent me many timestamps for that live, so I appreciate that. Y'all sent a lot of comments about that live, and going back and listening to it, I feel like it was dope, but there were also several periods, because I told y'all when I tell you I was running on frooms, I was running on frooms, okay? Frooms. I had not slept in 2 days, you feel me? And after I got off that live last night, I still did not go to bed till like 4 o'clock in the morning, spent 12 hours. I'm not joking, 12 straight hours the next day, finishing that order I was telling you about. I hand-pieced 30 freaking books together in a week, child. That shit about did be, okay? So going back, listening to that live that I did last Friday. Greetings, everybody coming into the room. I sent you an email today, Persis Andrew. So check your email. So anyway, after I did that live and I was exhausted, okay? Still to be up on there for like 3.5 hours, I was exhausted. I did not say shrooms, girl. I said frooms. That was my ghetto version of fumes. I was running on fumes. This girl said, "Where you buy your shrooms?" Oh my God! Are you in LA, Sage Page? You're in California? Are you in California, Sage Page? I can't remember, but if you are in California, you know that they in LA they're decriminalized. So yeah, I get them. You know what I'm saying? I don't take them often. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, email me and I can put you on. Anyway, so that was the housekeeping. Anyway, what I was saying was, so I'd gone back over the live that I had done on Friday, and there were some things, because again I was delirious and I was attempting to weave some things together, and some things y'all wouldn't know it, but for me I was like, oh shit, I missed the boat. Like I dropped the ball on that because I was so tired. Especially towards the end, there were some things I was trying to like deliberately piece together. And so I may go back over those things. Let's see. But there is a lot. There's so much I want to go over. There's so much. And so I'm going to try to be methodical about what is the most important thing to go over. I want to tell you something though. Maybe about a month, 2 months ago, I'd made this declaration about names that we should focus on from month to month. And while I still think that is I know that is important, because I have, as well as many of you, have seen the continued evidence that what we have been doing has been working. I mean, sometimes, I'll be honest, just because oh yeah, please do, Sage Page, do that. Yeah, do that. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna make an admission. You feel me? I have experienced so many extraordinary things. So many extraordinary things since I was like, all right, I'm 100% up in this. Like, This is it. You feel me? So many, so many, so many, so fucking many extraordinary things. Okay? And I still am guilty every once in a while. You know how Christians always talk about backsliding? Every once in a while, I will backslide into disbelief. Do you understand what I'm saying? Every now and again, I'll backslide into disbelief where I will see the evidence, I will experience and see the evidence in an instant. That moment, recognize in that very instant, the moment that a prayer that I prayed, that a spell that I cast, that a wish that I made, that a desire that I had is answered, and recognize it in that moment, like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said that 3 years ago, and here it is in real time. Being that present all the time to be able to recognize in a moment when something that I have desired, wished for, prayed for, conspired for, whatever has happened. The moment that that thing that I cast, however long ago it was, has come into fruition, right? And to know that and to be that present and still be like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Like default, oh my God, I can't believe it. Like, bitch, yes, you can believe it. Like, ain't that what you asked for? That's how spirit be doing me. Like, bitch, ain't that what you asked for? We gave it to you exactly how you asked for. Why are you talking about you can't believe it? It's a default that I'm much more disciplined about it now, about in that moment, like that not being my default, like kind of, the certainty. You feel me? To be able to respond with the certainty instead of the disbelief, because the magic is so big, because the evidence is so in your face, right? So that's why I have been teaching you guys for some time now that whatever it is that you are doing, whatever it is that you are wishing for or conspiring for or whatever, one, have the confidence to do it, like do it audaciously. But two, always ask for clear evidence that what you have conspired to create has been created. You know what I'm saying? So, like when we did the ritual on November 19th, and we wrote all these names on this purple black candle and put our moon blood on it, rubbed our moon blood into the names before setting it on fire. You feel me? We all left saying, okay, now I want y'all to spend the next 72 hours, the next 3 days. I want you to be combing the headlines. I was specific. I want you to be combing the headlines for the evidence that the spell you just cast worked. Hey, baby, baby. But I tell you, not only that, we did another ritual on was it the equinox? I think it might have been the spring equinox that we did another ritual kind of like that, where I was very specific. Whatever it is that you set your intention on, and then I gave y'all 3 names. We had 3 specific names that I gave y'all, baby, and all 3 of them have been in the news in the last month. All 3 of them. You feel me? And so I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. Because what we're engaged in, all of us, what we're engaged in, like the title implies, okay, is a reclamation of everything, of everything. If you want me to be specific, a reclamation of everything that is ours. I've been thinking about this so much. So much. A reclamation of everything that is ours. Because I'll be honest, it's so crazy. Since the equinox, we all know that since the new year started, but especially since the equinox, it's just like, no matter how early I get up, no matter how late I stay up, it's like I am perpetually on go. As soon as my eyes are open, I'm busy. As soon as my eyes are closed, I'm down hard for like 3 hours. I'm telling you, I have not been to sleep before 4 o'clock, not exaggerating. And y'all know me, I love sleep. I take multiple naps during the day. You feel me? I'm trying to be in the bed by 10, 11 o'clock if I ain't messing with y'all. You feel me? And for the last 2 weeks straight, every single solitary day, I am not in bed before 4 o'clock in the morning. I am not sleeping in anymore. So even if I'm in bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm usually up by 8 or 9 o'clock, hitting the floor running. And I mean running until I fall into bed at 4 o'clock in the morning. And so I told y'all on Friday, I just feel this extraordinary increasing intensity. And I feel like that is it means that we're supposed to be taking advantage of it. It's too easy to become overwhelmed. It's too easy to descend into overwhelm if we do not see that our ongoing action is tied to something. It's tied to a goal. It's tied to a future. You feel me? It's too easy to succumb to overwhelm. And so even as I have been, I'll be honest, overwhelmed. I've been doing so much the last 2 weeks that even though that has been the case, I've been even in that feeling of like, oh my God, no matter how early I get up, I just can't get in front of all of these tasks I have to do, trying to still be very deliberate in how that energy is coming out, right? I ain't all over the place. I'm trying to like narrow and focus because I'm getting to something. So in this project that I have been talking to you guys about for a few months now around tomorrow, technically over there where it is, isn't it Turkey? It's already the 20th. You feel me? But for us, the 20th is in a couple hours. And I've been talking to you guys about this for some time now. And wanting to be trying to balance, and this is an affliction that anybody that has any significant Gemini placement will be well aware of. Geminis, probably more notoriously than anyone, have a really difficult time, right? And I think one of the guys that I was one of the astrologers I was listening to this weekend mentioned something about this energy, the Saturn Neptune conjunction in Aries, and the Pluto retrograde in Aquarius, and how intense those two big energies are shifting into Gemini season. And I was like, you Geminis, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but you was like, you Geminis gonna have to get y'all goddamn life right while you go into this period, because we have that twin energy, tendency where Geminis, we see everything. We see everything. And that's not the only placement that I have that allows me to do that. Virgos are very, very, very methodical in how they are able to see what others can't. They are the ones, Virgos, that are able to see all of the things that are seemingly unrelated to everybody else, right? But to the Virgo, they can see how all of these things strategically fit together and create systems and shit that can make those things work together, right? Virgos are really, keen on building and creating systems that yield to efficiency, right? And so between that energy and this Gemini rising energy, and I have really been kind of doing this dance over the last 2 weeks about prioritizing, because Geminis, they want to do everything. They want to do everything. They want to do everything. Plus, they're very heady. They're governed by Mercury. So the learning and the studying and the deep dives, probably Geminis more than any other sign, are very prone to jump both feet first into multiple wormholes at the same time. That is so me, right? and trying to prioritize. So in preparation for this project, in opposition to the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea, right, that is happening right now, then with all of the news headlines that you guys have been sending me over the last few days, which have been many, right? Um, and over the last 3 days, like I said, I haven't even been on social media. I've been face first and trying to hand piece 30 books and get them out today. So today is the first day in 3 days that I've even been on social media. I'm like, damn, the whole damn world and fell apart while I was while I was working over the weekend. So today, when I got up after I did the shipping, I was like, okay, the rest of the time is focused on what are we going to do? What's going to be our response? What is that going to look like? Because we did like 3 multiple hour meetings trying to kind of prepare and narrow and brainstorm about how to address this thing. And I am not, I want to reiterate this, and this is why I'm saying it. I am not, as a matter of fact, I reject the notion. I want to say this because it's too easy for me to default in old shit. I do not co-sign. I 1,000% reject the notion that the work that we intend to do has to be hard, has to be laborious. I reject that. I reject that. I reject it. And I had started to default into that a little bit, trying with my brain instead of surrendering to my intuition and spirit what it is that must be done. Do you feel me? I was leading with my brain instead of surrendering to my intuition, surrendering to my flesh what it is that must be done. And so part of, I am not saying that it was wrong, but part of that whole, like, okay, I got to create a plan because we need to do one name a month and everybody need to focus on that one name a month. Now, I know that sounds like chaos to a lot of you. And for me, having been a Virgo and a Capricorn moon and a Gemini rising, that is really, really unlike me to be like, you know what, fuck that. Let's just create chaos and see where the chips fall type of shit. That's what I'm on right now. We had done these meetings. We had, you know, we had I just felt my, at the moment that I felt, I really want to implore you, I really want to struggle with y'all, because I really feel like this is going to be the test for us. It's going to be the test for me. uh I'm always telling us that we have to begin to recognize what it means to live in our skin, to live in our flesh, to yield for a change to our desires, to live fully embodied. That is uncomfortable for a lot of us because our conditioning is the extreme opposite of that. It is a whole lifetime of self-denial, self-rejection, self-ignoring, right? Not trusting our instincts, being told that our instincts will never serve us. Oh, that's just your imagination. Ignore the voice in your mind. It just mean you crazy. Da, 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 da. All this shit that has been a part of our regular, consistent conditioning to teach us, to lead us away from what it is our flesh is trying to teach us in every moment. That we can't trust the flesh. You feel me? You can't. What did the Bible say? Something to the effect of shit, something about man's heart betrays him or some shit like that. You feel, everything is about how your flesh is a wicked instrument that is holding your soul captive. You feel me? Everything is teaching. Everything has been teaching you what the scripture didn't say it from day one, that you are born filthy as a rag in need of salvation. You're born filthy, child. You're born filthy. You, what did the Bible say? You are born deserving of hell. That's what the Bible say. You are born deserving of hell. And you don't, quote, truly live until you get submerged in the blood of your Jesus. You feel me? And so taking these ideas that we have been walking through for some time now, because they're big and they're outrageous and they're overwhelming to a brain that has been, encaged. You feel me? And so I get it. When I tell you, I try to share everything with y'all because I'm not trying to create a mystery. In the creation of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, I'm not trying to create a mystery. I'm not trying to like hold certain information hostage and just give y'all a little bit. I'm trying to keep this shit blood raw with y'all. And so that's why I have to tell you that I have to teach you through my own flaws and my own like shortcomings and epiphanies. You feel me? With every shortcoming comes an epiphany that I have to teach y'all in real time. You feel me? And so here I have been teaching you all the time. What is one of the things that I say? That our flesh is just as much a part of the body of God as our spirit is, as our soul is. That our flesh, if you have me tell it, is primary in this situation because this world informs our spirit. Our relationship to the material realm informs our spirit, informs our spirituality, informs everything that we understand as a concept. Spirit can't understand a motherfucking thing until it is embodied. You feel? That's my personal position. It is our experience on this planet that informs us of the totality of the spiritual experience. That's my personal opinion. You don't have to believe what I believe. I'm just telling you right now because you up in here. I'm letting y'all walk with me on this breakthrough that I had this week, working literally from sun up to sun up for the last 3 days, right? Sage Page says, I think your perspective on living in our flesh is refreshing. Being a woman, we have learned how to live outside oneself. Yes, child. When I keep telling y'all, we're gonna have to redefine everything. Because even as I'm talking about ecstasy all the time, ecstasy, we don't have a frame of reference. Ecstasy means to stand outside oneself. Isn't that something? Thank you so much for helping me remember that, Sage Page. I just looked up the etymology for ecstasy the other day. Child, ecstasy means to stand outside oneself. To stand outside oneself. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Claudia Ancra. You've said the body is where politics is enacted, and I've never forgotten. Come on in the room. Come on in the room, right? And so knowing this, believing this, trusting this, these epiphanies that the mother has allowed me to witness, to take advantage of, to be a part of. I want to say one more thing. I shouted everybody out that's made donations, but I want to say one more thing. I want to say something else. When I tell you I appreciate y'all so much, when I tell y'all I appreciate y'all so much. I was thinking about that today. Like there might be 2 people that follow this channel regularly. Like every time I'm live, y'all gonna be jolly on the spot. There might be 2, 3 people that without fail is gonna be up in the room, right? There are a multiplicity of you, easily 30 of you. You feel me? That I've had enough interaction with, whether it's just here on the YouTube channel or whether I've read for you or whatever, that I just feel I've had experiences when we're doing the book studies pretty regularly, which eventually I would like to do again regularly. When we're doing the book clubs regularly, so many women, elders and young alike, had expressed that they were so glad to be a part of the book club because it was the first time that they had felt like they were a part of a community. Several young women had said, it feels like I'm the only person in the whole state where I live that's thinking about the things that I'm thinking about or feeling the way that I'm feeling. And so here I am thinking I'm the weirdo on the planet. And then I jump into a damn book club discussion. There's 65 women who look just like me, elders all the way down, who are having the exact same experience in isolation where they are. And just feeling like you know, I just am so grateful for y'all. I just am so inspired and grateful, and like I feel like your presence in this space met so many women, several men too, but so many women who have reached out to me. I'm telling you, from every square inch of the planet, except maybe Antarctica. You feel me? Who have reached out to me and told me uh, verbatim, I don't know how I found you on this here channel. I don't know how the algorithm brought you to me. And I was just looking at my numbers today. My numbers ain't flashed much. Still, I'm just now teetering on the edge of 4,000 subscribers, bitch. So and then my language is never going to allow me to crawl up in the algorithm. You feel me? You feel me? So we've been at what, 3,500 followers for the last year, you guys, for the last year. All right. So when people reach out, they're like, I don't know how the fuck I found you. I don't know how your shit came up on my page, but I'm so glad it did. Thank you for it. And I'm saying that because just every single solitary interaction, I don't want to sound like, I just want you to believe me when I say that I feel that every single one of you who reaches out is just a confirmation. It is a confirmation of what it is I set out to do. It is a confirmation of what the mother has charged me with. It is a confirmation that what has what has made me for my entire lifetime the perpetual oddball in every space was exactly what I needed for this moment. I hope you hear me. When I came to California, I am telling you, instantly, every odd, awkward, weird skill that I had that made no sense, every experience, every weird, off the cuff experience I'd ever had, I had a whole giant trunk of skills that I had never used because I was never in the place where that made sense. And when I got to California, everything about my life that stood out as awkward or weird or unusual for a little black girl in Alabama made instant sense. Made instant sense. It was a preparation. And it is difficult for us sometimes to see our lives this way because we are never allowed enough quiet and enough time and enough space and security to think back on our life, to look back on our life in a way that helps to inform our right now. Instead, we are perpetually, I want to be gentle in how I say this, we are perpetually reminded of, whether it is through to me, what are extreme leanings towards psychological diagnosis of everybody, you feel me? Um, Towards this extreme, like, and when I say psychology, I mean this kind of weird, underhanded, insidious pathologizing of everything in our life, that everything that we experience that might be uncomfortable or outside the realm of normal is pathologized. And then, you know, we don't we are not allowed in this society enough time and space and safety and security to revisit our life in a way that is purposeful, in a way that can enlighten us, in a way that can allow us to unearth the gems that came out of our lives, even as there may be trauma or there may be sadness or heartbreak or what have you. That's not the only thing that has informed your life. And those things that have informed your life, a lot of the times those are, quote, cast by the wayside to put front and center through your psychologist or what have you. All your trauma regurgitated to you over and over and over again. I'm a survivor. Everything that defines you becomes this perpetual remembrance of your traumas. And when it really began because it was really the first time in my entire life, in my whole life, this process that has culminated to this moment. Minimally, it started when I was living in Oyotunji African Village. In 2016, I moved to Oyotunji African Village. And I left in 2017. And then I made the decision that I was fed the fuck up. I was fed the fuck up with Black people. I was fed the fuck up with Black power movements. I was fed the fuck up with Black religions and ATRs. I was fed up with my Black friends and fam. I was fed the fuck up. I was like, I need to get all the way outside my life. I need to get all the way. I need to give myself a break. And so I got in my car and decided I was going to camp across the country. And I had never in my life experienced that kind of aloneness, not loneliness, aloneness, completely out of everything that was familiar to me. And I made up my mind when I decided to take this trek across the country that the whole experience from the day that I left till the day that I arrived in California was going to be a ceremony. That's what I decided. I was very methodical about the music I listened to. I was very methodical about the audiobooks that I listened to. I was very methodical about how many hours a day I was going to spend reciting out loud mantras on that trip. Yes, I did that. I slept in 6 weeks on the road. I slept in a hotel 3 times, I think, twice or 3 times. The rest of the time I was on the dirt. I was in my tent. I was out in the middle of the desert. I was out in the woods. I was out by lakes. And that was the most strategic and intense and scary and awesome and profound aloneness I'd ever experienced. And the mother put herself on full unadulterated display for me on that trip. I could write literally an entire book on the occurrences of that trip. Extraordinary does not even begin. It doesn't even begin to describe what the hell happened to me on the road. It doesn't. And as soon as I got out of my timidity, my uncertainty about being on the road, because that was everybody I told I was driving across the country, their default thing was to say, you gonna drive by yourself? You a woman, you can't be on the road by yourself all the way across the country, especially in the South. You gonna be camping? You got a gun, girl? You gonna be okay? Everybody, that was their default. And I knew that if I'd had a penis, everybody had been like, oh my God, that's so adventuristic. That's so exciting. That's going to be power. But nobody could see. I think I was 44 when I made that trip. Shit, I'm going to be 50 this year. I think I was like 43 or 44 when I made that trip. And the amount of extraordinary occurrences, it's probably what I long for. Sometimes I feel this kind of stuckness and this I can't explain stuckness kind of thing. And I feel like that's what it's about. It was the most extraordinary thing I've ever experienced. It was so extraordinary that the first year that I was here, every weekend, when I tell you when I got to California, every weekend I was going somewhere different in the state. I was like, ooh, this sound good. You ever been there? Nope, I ain't ever even heard of it. Sound like someplace I'm gonna go. Every weekend for the first year, I was like trying to see the whole state. I was camping everywhere, baby. I just had a bug for it. And I'm telling you guys this because one of the things that happened to me while I was on the road, it was a clear thought. It was like, oh my God, every Black woman should have the ability to do this. Every Black woman should be afforded the opportunity to feel this kind of boundlessness. That's what it was. It was the first time in my adult life, in my whole life, fuck that, in my entire life, that I had experienced true, unadulterated, boundless, limitless freedom. The first time, the only time, where I had no responsibilities, no bills to pay, nothing to worry about, no deadlines of arrival, no answering to, no, just whatever I could imagine I could do whenever the hell I wanted for that 6-week period of time that I was on the road. Just wide the fuck open. Just wide open. I think I was 43. Let's see, I've been here 7 years, so I think I was 43. Yeah, I was 43 when I got to California. It was just before my 43rd birthday, as a matter of fact. And I just remember feeling like, as a matter of fact, I kept telling my mom, you got to do this. I was like, I know you ain't gonna do nothing without a manual. That's my stepdad. I know you ain't gonna do nothing without a manual, but y'all need to rent a RV. It ain't gonna cost you but a few bucks a day. Rent an RV and drive across this country, man. Drive across this country. And I just remember feeling that for everyone, feeling that for every Black-skinned woman I ever knew, like, oh my fucking God. Why didn't anybody tell me? Why didn't anybody tell me that this was the feeling that we all long for? Is like, and it's not about the aloneness. It was the aloneness that afforded me the opportunity to feel freedom, to feel the boundlessness, to be able to be inside myself, fully inside myself, child, fully inside myself. I know some of y'all gonna be grossed out, but honey, camping and shit, as long as I was for 6 weeks, I wasn't bathing every day. I was out in these, I was out in these woods, out in this desert, out in these trees, out in these sticks, sleeping on the dirt, waking up with the sun every morning, sleeping on reservations to feral horses and wild horses walking up to my tent, sniffing around. Y'all, it was just so fucking extraordinary. And the reason I'm saying that is because I needed to feel that in my body before I could really understand what it was that the mother was calling on me to do, what it was she was calling on me to be engaged in. Because I had to experience it before I could communicate it to someone else. I'd been in a revolutionary organization for half my adult life, and hearing all the time about we want freedom and we want sovereignty and this, and had no concept of it. Couldn't even construct it in my own mind. Couldn't even imagine. I'm just trying to give y'all a word. As much as I'd heard it over 12 years, I could not conceive of it in my own consciousness. There was no frame of reference for me for it. There was no frame. What was the frame of reference for freedom, for sovereignty? I was not experiencing that in my organizations. I was not experiencing that inside my ELA. I was not experiencing that anywhere. As a Christian, there was no single solitary aspect of my life that I could point to as a moment where I felt fully free, fully independent, fully sovereign. Like my life was mine to construct how I see fit. My destiny was mine to create how I saw fit. I never experienced that, so I have no fucking frame of reference. That even within organizations that claim to want sovereignty, quote, for the group, but actively deny sovereignty to the individuals, especially if those individuals have vaginas. To be inside rebellious African traditional religions, and this can apply to anybody, Mayan traditional religions, Azteca traditional religions, indigenous religions all over, and this is an act of rebellion for us. It is to enter into the traditions and the cultures and the religions of our ancestors as a way to rebel against that shit that has been imposed on us by imperialism, by Christianity, or Catholicism, or Judaism, or Islam, or any of these isms, right? It's a way for us to make a break. And I understand and I accept that to a degree. But in the way these ATRs and these other indigenous religions play out, they too are just the ass opposing same shit as the shit we came out of. Because in those same institutions, it's the same thing. We are denied sovereignty under the banner of this is how ancestors always did it. You feel me? What's another one? To be adherent to the traditions of your ancestors means you got to do ballet to some man. You got to bow to some man. You got to salute to some man. You feel me? And you want to be. I have been guilty of it. I told y'all that the first time, hell, the only time I've only had my Akashic records open twice. But the first time I got my Akashic records open was 3 days before I got on the road to drive out here. And I've never seen that woman's face again. And she told me she didn't know me. We met at a store that day. And she said, I need to open your records. And I said, okay. And she told me, she said, you got a bad habit of confusing submission with reverence. I said, excuse me, what? She said, you got a bad habit of confusing submission with reverence. You get into these spaces that you in and you want to learn all that you can learn. And so you follow the rules and you do all the things because it's new to you. You feel me? She said, but the problem is you never recognize or acknowledge the moment where you have learned everything that you need to learn and be the fuck up out of that space. She said, that's when reverence turns into submission. And she said, for the longest time, you've done it over and over and over again. This woman didn't fucking know me. She said, for a long time, over and over and over again, your ass will submit to some shit you ain't got no business submitting to in your mind, thinking you paying reverence to. I said, how does bitch just read my whole goddamn life? How does motherfucker just read my whole shit? My whole shit. You feel me? She said, and she told me a story that didn't reveal itself to me in a way that was like embodied for a long time. But she told me, she said, so much has happened since I got this reading. Oh my God. She told me, she said, what you need, oh my, I haven't even thought about this reading in so long. She told me, she said, this life that you are in, she said, you have to, boy, why you just always got to be in everything? Everything ain't for you. I just brought in some bamboo from outside. And he like, and I set up some bamboo for them so they could play with it in the room. He don't want the bamboo I set out for them so they could play with it. No, he want the stuff I had set out just for me. He don't want the big ass bamboo in the other room that they could just twirl around in the plate. No, he want the stuff I set aside just for myself. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Anyway, she told me that she said there are lessons that you've learned over your lifetimes that you now have to apply in this life. She said specifically your healed purposefully with Queen Libra, the Empress. She said your bamboo is better. My shit is always better. It don't matter. It do not matter how much shit I buy them to play with, how much shit I give them to do. They don't want none of that. What am I into? What am I doing? Can we do it too? They just like little kids. What's up, boy? You want to say hey? You want to say hey? You hear me talking about you? Oh, you big old fat fatty. He done got so big. I was looking at pictures of them today from last year because they only a year old. I only had them a year this month. And I'm like, they were so little. You was so little. Like, how you get so big? He's so fat. Oh, he's so look at the belly on this boy. Hey, boy. Oh, he's so fine. He's so fine. That's my boo. That's my boo. You my boo? Huh? You my boo? Hey, girl. She's like, I hear you talking to him. Yeah, he fine. He fine. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. You're so squishy. You're my boy. Okay, now you can get out. Come here, girly squirrely. You want to say hey too? Come here, girl. She was like, nah, I want to go scratch on my post. Anyway, I don't know how I got into this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. She told me, and this was a Puerto Rican woman, okay? And she told me, she said, look, she said, your first life is going to, your first incarnation is going to be really important for what you have to do. She said, your first incarnation, you were, she said, you were, now mind you, I met this woman at a grocery store the day before, okay? She said, don't tell me nothing but your whole name, your birth name, and your birthday. She said, your first incarnation, you were a priest in a temple to, she didn't know the deity name, okay? She said, you were a priest in a temple. And I don't know the deity's name, but she got a head for a lion. She got a lion for a head. She got a lion for a head. That's what she told me. Those were her exact words. I don't know her name, but she had the goddess that y'all was in this temple with. She had a lion head. She said, "This is the energy that you need to bring into this life." She said, "The thing about the lion is that the lion appears ferocious." And that's what everybody gets stuck on, is the lion appears ferocious. So people are immediately frightened, right, by the appearance of the lion. She said what people, of course it was Sekhmet. She didn't know who the deity was. I knew right away who it was, but she was like, I don't know the deity. This is just what's coming in, is that the temple that you were serving in as a priest, the goddess had a lion head, right? And so she said the thing that people miss about the lion is not only the majesty of the lion, but the shrewdness of the lion. Is that you don't hear, even though the lion looks ferocious, it's still shrewd. It still treads lightly, right? It still has this ability to be in any place because it treads so lightly, right? It's not big, it's not clumsy, it's shrewd, just like a cat. It's just a giant cat, a ferocious cat, right? She said, this is the energy you need to present with. She told me, she said, you having been very submissive in these organizations or relationships or whatever it is, she said, it is still a lesson in it. This ability, this submission that you've gone through, because now you have to be able to put that behind you. She said, no, sir. Nuh-uh. So she said, you can no longer be submissive. Anywhere, anytime, any place. That time of your life, that lesson from that is over. You can no longer be submissive. She said, and what I mean by that is that I said stop. No, I said stop. She said, to be specific, she said, you cannot be, she said, I know you're not going to want to hear this. You cannot, because get down, get down, move, because now you're doing too much. I had my Eleke on. And she said, I see you got your Eleke. She said, and I know you ain't going to want to hear this. She said, but she said, you cannot subscribe to one tradition. She said, you can't. She said, you cannot. I just saw somebody ask for her number. If you email me, I will give you her information. I'm gonna put my email in the chat. I've had several people from the temple get readings with her. She's awesome. So email me if you're interested in getting the sister's information. So anyway, she told me, she said you can't subscribe to one tradition. And of course, she was right. I was triggered. I was a full-time, all the fuck up in there, hardcore practitioner of Ifa at the time that I met her. And so she telling me, you can't subscribe to one tradition. She said, I'm just telling you. She said, we're sitting here and I've opened up your records. And as soon as I opened up your records, there are entities all around you, everywhere around you. And they're from everywhere. She said, I don't know who you are or what you do. She said, but there are so many Asian people around you. There's so many indigenous people around you. There's so many indigenous Africans around you. There are people literally from everywhere around you. And so you cannot stay hogtied to one tradition or one belief or one faith. You have to take what you need from your life experiences and move the fuck on. That's what she said. Take what you need. Is that not what I'm telling y'all all the time? That's where it came from. From that reading I got from some random woman who stopped me in a grocery store in 2018, 3 days before I got on the road to come to California. She said, take what you need and evolve. Take what you need and move on. Leave the rest. She said, this is not the time for you to be submitting to anything. She said, you are going to create something. You are going to create something, right? And she told me a lot more. And unfortunately, the first year I got to California, I got robbed. I got robbed, and I ain't have shit. You feel me? They stole my purse, and I didn't have no money. You feel me? But the journal that I had taken the notes from that reading, I got 3 readings before I got on the road. I got my roots reading with Chief Olaitan, who is now transitioned, who lived in the Oyotunji African village. Fortunately, I still have the recording of that meeting and then of that reading. And then I got a reading with my godmother that was equally incredible. And so all the notes from those 3 readings, all the events that had happened to me, that was the book that I had as I was journaling across the fucking country. And that journal was in my purse and it was stolen. I cried. I full on wept when my journal got stolen. That shit hurt even thinking about it now, that shit hurt my spirit. That was the whole notebook was just from the day that I decided I was going all the way till I got here, 6 weeks of writing every day. Like that fucking shit hurt my feelings. Anyway, that reading, and she'd only done one other records opening for me, and that was on that was the day after I had done ayahuasca for the first time, which was equally extraordinary. That was, as a matter of fact, the reading that she had done for me the day after the first time I'd done ayahuasca was when I had decided. I told you it came down in ayahuasca, and it was affirmed in my Akashic records reading with this woman sitting under a tree outside in Birmingham, Alabama, after I'd done ayahuasca, that told me to collect my moon blood, that the reason it came on 2 weeks early was for me to be able to collect my moon blood and pour it into every fresh body of water that I passed crossing the country. I was in Birmingham at the time, and every body of water, no matter what time of day it was when I was driving, I would get out of the car and empty my cup right there into the water all the way across the country. And so my readings, though they've only been 2, have been extraordinary with this woman. I guess the only reason I got into that is because we have to reflect on our lives past our trauma. We have to move our trauma out of the way, even if it's just temporarily, to remember the whispers, to remember the dreams that we had when we were a child, to remember those things about our lives that didn't make sense in the moment, that we now have a language for, that we now have symbols for, that we now have words for, that we didn't have when we had those dreams. When we see our lives, every occurrence in our lives, especially our dreams, that's my personal position. There are things that I remember about my childhood that I swear are so random, but made so much sense at very specific moments in my life. And I'm instantly taken back to being 3 years old, to being 6 years old, to being 10 years old, and remembering this weird thing that happened. And I thought it was gone away because it was just weird and I was a kid. And then the moment that something happens in my adult life, I'm instantly taken back to that moment. And that moment is explained. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm saying all of this because, one, the concept of like, you hear a lot of people talking about, like, 5D, and I joke about it a lot, but to be serious about what people are trying to explain but unable to conceptualize, so they have to repeat what they have been told or what they heard because they cannot conceptualize it, is what I am telling you right now. That for me, the idea of freedom, of sovereignty, of liberty, though I could articulate it very well based on my life as an activist, as a revolutionary, based on, a very thorough understanding of the political line of the organization, or based on the mythology of Ifa, or based on stories and mythologies about what Africa was or what Africans were like before colonialism. And it all made sense to my conscious mind, but it never got me literally one step closer to conceptualizing in my body, in my fucking flesh, in my heart, that informs my spirit, of what freedom and liberty and sovereignty and happiness and ecstasy and, like, just a bigness of emotion that I had never experienced before, until I got my ass in my car by myself on the road, slept on the ground, dug in the dirt for 6 weeks, literally disappeared out of the consciousness of everyone except my mama, who was harassing me every day. Baby, you okay? You all right, girl? Let me know where you at now. Okay, yo, you understand? And even with her and her worry, I had to put limits on how often she could contact me. I had to put limits on that. You understand? I will text you 3 times a day with my coordinates, where I am and where I'm staying overnight. Do not call me unless somebody is dead, dying. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Don't call me for no other reason. I will call y'all once a day. I will text y'all 3 times a day to let y'all know I'm alive and where I'm at. But I need this. I need to not think about nobody else but myself while I'm on the road. And it was not until then. It was not until then. It was not until then. And I'm going to tell you, that feeling that I had when I was on the road, I have a sneaking suspicion that's why so many Black women are like, fuck that. I'm going to live on the road full time. I'm going to live, what do they call it? What do they call it? What are the sisters calling it now? Where they just like, we just going to travel permanently for a living. I'm just travel the world permanently. That's how I'm living. I have a sneaking suspicion that is why that is so big, is because once you experience that kind of fucking nomad living, yes, that I have a sneaking suspicion this is the basis for this movement and why it's taken off. Vagabond, nomad, yep, all that. I have a sneaking suspicion that's why it's taking off so much, and that's why it's taking off so much, particularly among Black-skinned women, is because we have never known freedom and liberty and boundlessness, and we just haven't. We haven't known sovereignty. But the one thing that I would say about vagabond living and nomad living, at least in my estimation, is the thing that is missing is the fact that all of these women that I see that are, quote, nomads and stuff like that, they still always have the disclaimer. They still always have the disclaimer about where, as a Black-skinned woman, you can and cannot go, should and should not go, precautions that you need to take because of your Black-skinned femininity and all of that shit. That's the disclaimer I hear across the board. And so this is the conundrum that I am in, because I love to travel, but my having a very weighty, background, Virgo, Capricorn, right? It's like I need the base. I need the base of operations while I globe trot. The security while I globe trot or what have you. You feel me? And so, and I've always had that when I've traveled until I got on the road. Because I was in transition. I just left the village. I just given up my apartment in Orlando. In Orlando. And so for the first time, I was like, damn, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do when I get back, because my intention was not to stay here in California. It was to go back to the East and figure out what my next move was going to be. My intention was to go back home. My mom was like, yeah, when you get back, you can just come back here until you decide what you're going to do next. I was like, all right, cool. And then I got to California. I was like, oh shit, this is home. And so it was the first time in my adult life where I didn't have like a solid, identifiable foundation before I just took off into the world to have this experience. And okay, healed purposefully with Queen Libra, the Empress, you need to email me. I'm gonna put my email in the chat again. I know this ain't even remotely what I was going to talk to you about, but this is what we talking about. We talking about living in the moment. You feel me? So anyway, all of that to say, the thing that nomadic living or vagabond living or perpetual globetrotting does not address is the fact that it is not tied to the creation of a world where you don't have to have any caveats, you don't have to have any disclaimers, you don't have to have any warnings. You feel me? Where safety and sovereignty is guaranteed everywhere on the planet. You understand? And I am certain that world we can create. I'm certain of it. I know, I get it. I see the news like everybody else. I get what it is we are currently looking at and confronted with. But I, having experienced, not only just experienced traveling across this country for 6 weeks. But every warning and everything that everybody gave me about being alone as Black and female on the road and all the things that I should worry about in the South, in the hills of Arkansas, it didn't matter. Every single place I went, everyone was extraordinary. Everyone, everyone in the places I would have most expected to have some kind of adverse experience, the extreme opposite happened. I met this hillbilly named Billy. I met this hillbilly. When I say hillbilly, I mean stereotypical, like you would see in the movies, you know, a few teeth, a little flannel checkerboard shirt, and some holy jeans, you know, his rebel flag bandana on his head. And he was who was taking the money when I went to go dig for crystals in Arkansas. This is my first time going there. And I was the only person there. And he was like, well, this isn't a regular day. I mean, typically there are about 30 people out here this time of the day, but you're the first person who's come here all day. So I guess the whole mine is yours. And he was like, if you need anything, we have some water and some sodas and a little refrigerator. And you just come back over here if you need anything and just have your way. I was like, all right. So I was out there in those mines by myself for hours, for a long, long time. And finally, after maybe about an hour or so, he came out. He was like, you've been out here by yourself for a long time. You want some help? I was like, sure, you can help. And me and this white guy with a rebel flag bandana and holy jeans talked for about 2 hours. This man told me his whole life. Okay. And I was like, and so I was, but he, listen, when he came out to help, I had been like scraping and digging in a little area, and I'd find a little crystal like this and a little crystal like this, right? And he came beside me and he was like, oh, here's one. He sat right down and he was like, oh, here's one. And he moved some stuff out of the way and pulled a crystal this freaking big out of the dirt where I had just spent an hour just getting little crystals, getting little crystals. I was like, how the fuck did you do that? I said, I was just there. He was like, can I tell you a story? I was like, yeah, you can tell me a story. Because I'm sitting here looking at this giant ass crystal he just pulled in his whole fist out the damn dirt I had been chiseling away on for an hour. He said, I hear these crystals. He said, I hear them. I said, excuse me? He said, I know it sounds crazy. He said, but I hear them. He said, I hear them so much that they can't be in my house anymore. He said, I don't make a lot of money working up here. So the guy who owns the mine will let me, dig for crystals myself and take home enough crystals that I could take the crystal. There's a little town near where the mines are called Hot Springs, Arkansas. And it's a cute little, very witchy. The whole little town is very witchy. There's cute little metaphysical shops all over the place. It's very, very cute, right? And he said, every now and again, I'll just take a bunch of crystals to the house. I'll wash them up, and then I'll wrap them with some wire and sell them wholesale down to the witch shops down in downtown. And he said, so in the beginning, oh my God, get out of here. He'll purposefully says her mother was born in Hot Springs. Get the hell out of here. The world is too small. So it's a great town. I love it. I love it so much. And so he was like, so in the beginning, I would just take a bunch of crystals and take them into my house, and I would just leave them because the cleaning process is crazy. It's insane. It's insane. So when the crystals that I've sent y'all, and I left the mud on them because the mud is powerful as far as I was concerned. So I leave the mud on them so they look red tinged to get them to look like the cute little crystals that you see in the shops or whatever, crystal clear. I have my first round of crystals that I cleaned that way, and it took me like 3 weeks to clean those crystals. And I mean, like working on them daily. It took about 3 weeks to clean those crystals. That the cleaning process is redonkulous. Okay. So anyway, So he said I used to take him in to the house and just leave him in the house while I was cleaning him daily. And he said a couple months went by and he was like, man, maybe I need to go get some medication because I couldn't sleep. He was like, I was tossing and turning all night. And at first I thought it was just nightmares because I kept hearing voices all night long, just multiple chatter, almost like in a group, like you in a crowd and it's just multiple chatter. You can't discern anything anybody's saying. You're just hearing everybody talk. That's how it was in my house for months. He's like, damn, man, I can't sleep. I'm not getting no sleep. I'm tired all day. And every night I go to sleep thinking I'm just dreaming because I'm hearing this talking, but can't discern like a dream or anything. And he said one night I was obviously awake. I was not sleeping. I was obviously awake. And my eyes, I was just looking at the ceiling like mad because I couldn't get back to sleep. And he said, I was wide awake, laying in my bed, and I heard the same thing I'd been hearing for months, but now my eyes are obviously open. I'm not tossing and turning. And this chatter I'm hearing, and it's so audible, I'm getting up thinking like, damn, is there somebody here? Because what happens is all the mines have these trailers at the mouth of the mine, and they hire people for a certain period of time, 3 months, 6 months, to live in the trailer so that the mine is not getting, people aren't coming and robbing the mine, stealing from the mine. And so they take these people and they hire them out for months at a time to live in the trailer to basically be watched overnight of the mines. Okay. And so I was like, well, damn, is somebody out here? Like, what the fuck? And he gets up and he goes outside and he walks around. He's like, y'all don't see shit. And he goes back in the house. And as soon as he gets now he wide awake, he walk around. As soon as he gets back in the house, he starts hearing this chatter. He was like, what the fuck? He was like, oh my God, is it these crystals? He said, I thought I was losing my mind. He said, I bagged up all the crystals that I had in the sink. I bagged them up and I took them outside and put them behind the trailer, and the chatter stopped and I didn't hear it again. And so I have not been able to sleep with the crystals in my house since then. He said, so when I come out, like if the dogs start barking at night or whatever, and I come out, if we've done like a fresh turn, so what they do is they have this giant ass tractor on the land, because the mines are like strip mines, they're open mines. And so what they will do is once a week, they will take the tractor, they'll wet all the red dirt a lot, like wet it down, hose it down, and then they'll take the tractor and so the crystals grow out of a singular vein that's like deep in the dirt. And what they'll do is they'll take those tractors, it's got the like little things on the bottom, like the little teeth, and they'll go and break the vein and turn the dirt so that more fresh crystals come up from the vein to the top of the dirt. So when you go up there, it ain't like you chiseling or digging or nothing like that. It's literally like Easter eggs. The crystals are just scattered everywhere, just like Easter eggs. You can just walk around. Oop, there's a crystal. Oop, there's a crystal. Oop, there's a crystal. It was so easy, right? And so he said, if we've done a fresh dig, like the night after we've done a fresh dig, I'll hear those crystals all night long. He said, I will hear them all night long. He said, I know it's now. So in my mind, I'm like, whoa, this is the craziest thing I never heard. This is not some little hippie chick talking, man, I hear the crystals. This is a good old boy truck driver with a few teeth and a rebel flag bandana from Louisiana talking about, I hear the crystals. They talk to me. They always got something to say, but they too noisy. So I gotta leave them outside. I gotta leave them outside if I'm gonna get any sleep. And so I said, that is the most awesome story I've ever heard. I said, I'm gonna send my friends to come looking for you when they come to the mines, and I'm gonna tell them to ask for Billy the Crystal Whisperer. He was like, I like that. I like that. I think I'm gonna keep that name, Billy the Crystal Whisperer, right? So that was an awesome experience. That was an awesome experience. You know what I'm saying? And I remember driving up there because the drive was crazy. The drive was crazy. The dirt road going up to the mine, the dirt road was easily 10 miles long. No phone service for the 3 days that I was up there at all. So I was like, if I'm gonna die, it's gonna be here. It's gonna be here. is going to be here in this mine at the top of a mountain with no service. And there's one white boy with a rebel flag bandana on, taking my money, talking about you here by yourself. Talking about your ass here by yourself. I said, God damn. And I could hear my mama's voice in my ear, like, girl, if you do not turn your car and this your black ass around and get the flick up out of here, you know better. Right? I could just hear my mama in my head. And I was like, nah, I'm up in here now. But the drive up there, I was screaming the whole time. Because once you clear like most of the dirt road, there's this little like incline. And it was so steep. I'm not joking. My car was like this, like straight like this. And it was so steep that my wheels kept slipping from under my freaking car trying to climb this incline. My truck trying to climb this incline. Like, oh my God, I'm not gonna make it. Oh shit. And then I finally cleared the top. That shit was crazy. In hindsight, that shit was crazy. They fixed the road since then. So we wasn't doing all that last year when I went during the eclipse. But that first time I went, I was like, oh my God, I'm not gonna make it out of here. I'm not gonna make it out of here. But that was a great experience. You feel me? And so yeah. Just the experiences that I had with human beings there. This woman met me online because I was posting every day on my Facebook. I was posting so people would know where I was going next, if there was anybody I needed to meet in those places, and if there were any events happening in those places that I needed to check out. And I was so surprised at how many people reached out to me that I didn't know. I always thought it was going to be people that I knew, because I know people everywhere. There ain't too many places in this country I don't know somebody. And so I just assumed it was all going to be all like my homies and shit. Like, yo, I'm in Texas. Like, what I need to get into, what I need to do. You feel me? Nobody that I knew reached out to me. Everybody that reached out to me while I was on that trip to give me like a heads up or whatever were people that I didn't know. And I'm not joking, 90% of them were indigenous. That's how I ended up staying on all of these damn reservations across the country, was by invite by people who were following my trip online. So I went to this reservation in Arizona, White Mountains Apache Reservation. This is totally not what I was going to talk to y'all about tonight, but there's something here for you. So this sister invites me, this Apache sister and her family invite me to stay on their land, to pitch my tent on their land. And this was where the wild horses were. Yo. Wild ass horses. I was up at 6 o'clock every morning. As soon as the sun was up, I was up, and I'd just get up and I would just go walking around the res, just checking shit out. And I was walking down, their house is like on a river. And I was walking down to the river one morning, and I hear something in the bushes next to me. I was like, oh shit. Because there was a bunch of feral dogs around there too, just like community dog, what they call res dogs, just community dogs just roaming around, right? And so I was like, damn, it's one of them dogs. But out from the bushes, a fucking horse just comes out of the goddamn bushes. And I was like, should I be scared? Should I run? And that horse walked right up to me. I was like, oh my gosh. And I touched the horse and she didn't move. I was like, oh my gosh. It was so cool. Baby, I'm on the res, y'all. And you know how you'll see like rattlesnake crossings, like little signs, the yellow signs, it'll have like a snake across it, or a horse or whatever, or a deer. They had those same little yellow signs. And on the yellow sign was a spider, fucking tarantula. They had a sign that was a tarantula crossing sign on the reservation. And I was like, that's the craziest shit I ever seen. Until I saw a tarantula cross the road. He was so big. He was like bigger than my hand. Just do, just crossing the fucking road. I said, this shit is crazy. This shit is the wildest thing I'd have never seen. My homegirl was driving. She was like, oh my God, did you see the tarantula? I was like, yeah, stop the car. She was like, hell no, I ain't stopping the car. She lived on the red. She's like, hell no, I'm not stopping the car. I was like, but I want to take a picture. She's like, it's a spider, girl. No, we're not stopping the car to take a picture of the spider. Oh my God. But anyway, she took me, I've told y'all about this before, but she took me to this, the reason she invited me, because we were supposed to meet somewhere else. And she invited me because there was this ceremony that was happening, a coming of age ceremony that every Apache girl has to go through. And it's called the sunrise ceremony. Baby, I done been to so many spirit ceremonies, rituals, deep and profound shit. Deep and deep and deep and profound shit. I've seen some really incredible, I've seen so many incredible things, especially in Ifa. Some of y'all, some of the ceremonies, some of the rituals, next level, amazing, unbelievable, extraordinary shit. But that little 12-year-old girl's sunrise ceremony that lasted for 4 days on this reservation, nothing has come close so far. Nothing. Nothing I have ever experienced has come close so far. Nothing. 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 Anyway, I don't know why I feel the need. I do know why I felt the need to tell y'all that. Because what we are talking about, what we are embarking on, requires us to be fully in our bodies. Fully in our bodies. To feel what our bodies feel like when we are unabridged, when we are unbound, when we are unbowed, when we are completely unchained. When we can live in our flesh, experience our flesh fully open, fully expanded, fully unbridled, fully wild, hair undone, no makeup on, sleeping in the dirt, walking barefoot in the desert, walking in a thunderstorm, fully embodied, fully, completely removed, even for a moment, completely removed from all the rules, all the social mores, all the expectations, all the commitments. Yeah. Yeah. And so that was an extraordinarily long way to tell you that I, having had this experience now, am always clear in a moment, though I may backslide, like I see about how long I've been up on here, about an hour and a half ago, where I may temporarily slide into old ways. I now have something to compare. You feel me? And so when I started leaning too far into, we have to have a plan, we have to have a schedule, it has to be like this, it has to be like that, right? The rigidity, the creation of boundaries where none are needed. I have a bad habit of doing that. I have a bad habit of doing that. And primarily because it's always been an expectation of me, right? And so over these last few days of deliberately being kind of like off grid so I could get this giant order out and not get distracted by like social media or whatever. I was like, I'm not getting up from this motherfucking couch today until I get X number of books done. You feel me? And thinking, at least in the beginning, like, oh my God, this thing on the 20th is coming up. What are we going to do? And feeling that moment where I'm feeling stress, I'm feeling pressure, I'm feeling this obligation. Oh my God, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? And I was like, oh, this is not the feeling that I want in my body about what it is I'm calling people to do. This is not the feeling that I want in my body when I am calling on people to do what it is we must do. This is not it. My body and me trusting my body and trusting what that feeling is telling me in an instant. No, bitch, you cannot be fighting the power with this feeling that comes from the power that you're fighting. The stress, the obligation, the oh my God, the timeline. Oh my God, it's looming. What am I gonna do with it? You know what I'm saying? People are expecting me to. And Spirit's like, no, bitch, that's not it. Your body is telling you in this experience that you're having is that your ass is the one always talking about how the motherfucking revolution got to be sexy, how it's got to be fun, how it's got to be, how you got to dance. You feel me? Like this energy that you got right now is not matching what you've been saying. That's some I want to tell you, I'm having to admit this because it is uncomfortable. It is it's a discomfort that we experience because we are in real time breaking seriously dense chains to actively go against our conditioning, to actively stage a fucking opposition to everything we've ever known. But I tell you, everything gotta go. Everything gotta go. Everything gotta go. And that's some uncomfortable shit. That's some uncomfortable shit. And at the moment that it feels uncomfortable, be like, okay, I'm having a breakthrough. That's all. And now let me turn some music on so I ain't no uncomfortable no more. You feel me? Like, so in the super long thing that I have just done, that I, was going to quote, be a strict disciplinarian about, there's some stories in there. There's some lessons, hopefully, that you were able to extract from these stories that I have told you. Because I'm telling you, the contest that you have to stage it has the potential to put you at odds with yourself. And what I mean by yourself is the ghost of yourself, your past self, to put you at odds with your past self, to put you at odds with your friends and family, to put you at odds with your spiritual family. You feel me? But you have to do that shit with confidence and with some audacity, baby, because the people that are meant for you, the people who are evolving at the pace that you are evolving, they will immediately find you. That's how I got on this. I got on this whole long thing, first of all, by saying, I appreciate y'all so much. I appreciate you so fucking much. I could not even begin to articulate it in a way that is equal to the feeling. To just have that kind of like radical trust in something that you cannot yet see. I say trust because what has happened is we have been conditioned to faith and hope, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I don't have faith. I don't have faith in shit. I don't have hope in shit. I have certainty and I have trust, and my certainty and my trust are informed. How are they informed? My trust and my certainty is informed by my mother. Why my mother? Is because she is tangible. She's evident all around, every day, in every space, in every place, in every person that I come into contact with, in every bird that comes in my cipher with something to communicate to me, with every tree, like this freaking, like this bamboo tree. They just cut down all these damn bamboo trees yesterday that I'm pretty sure are destined for the garbage tomorrow. And I'm like, damn it. And the whole time I'm cutting on this tree, because I spent about 2 hours before I got up on here cutting on the tree to make sure I had some of it before they try to toss it out tomorrow. I'm just thinking, because when I tell you, y'all know I'm a scientist. Okay. So when I talk about spiritual communication, when I talk about, quote, hearing the mother's voice, when I talk about, these experiences that from other people would seem completely esoteric, like completely ambiguous. It's the scientist in me that is observing the stillness of my mind that can make things much more clear. Like me cutting on a bamboo tree for 2 hours was a meditation. It felt like a meditation. I could feel my heart rate go down. I could feel the tree be like, damn, bitch, this why they call me a money tree. I don't know why they got me laying out here looking crazy, bound for the trash can. Look at all this money in this tree. And I'm just laying here looking crazy. And I'm like, damn, you right. like, I could do so much with this tree. I'm like, can I make bamboo tea? Can you make tea out of bamboo leaves? I'm sitting here plotting and scheming on this tree. This is thousands of dollars laying up here in the pile that they about to go put in the trash tomorrow. I'm like, do I have enough room in my apartment to break this tree down and put out this tree in my goddamn apartment and do something with it? You feel me? To go outside. When I was up in the crystal mine for the first time, I'm telling you, it was serendipitous. This man told me there's never less than 30 to 60 people here a day, and you have been the only face I've seen in 2 days. For the 3 days I was digging in that mine, I was the only person there. The only person for 3 days. And so the last day that I'm there, I'm like, I could see these big crystals, like, it had rained. So the clay had gotten really, really hard. So I was having to work a little to get at the crystals. Child, as clearly as I'm talking to you, and it happened for 3 days later, because I ended up someplace else, like picking up rocks, and it was the same way. But when I was in this crystal mine, I was trying to get this crystal. It was a big crystal, and it was obvious. I was like, oh, I just got to get this crystal. I felt myself I had been in a meditation. It'd been so beautiful outside. The trees were so crazy green. I was up in the top, the highest mountain in the area by myself. It was just gorgeous. And all of a sudden I'm like rigid, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get it. You feel me? And so I started taking my little chisel, and I started taking my little claws and trying to get this crystal. And I hear a voice as clear as I'm talking to y'all say, baby, why are you fighting? There's always more than enough. Move on. Leave it. There's always more than enough. And I was like, what? And 2 feet away from that crystal, I found a crystal 2 times the size, literally this big, 2 times the size of the crystal I was fighting over. I was like, and now this is some years ago. This was 7 years ago. I'm like, that was just me talking to me. That was just my imagination. And so I get to another crystal a little while later, and I'm like, oh, why is it stuck like that? Rigid again. I said, move on. There's more than enough. There's always more than enough. I was like, okay, this is not my imagination. I'm up in these trees by my damn self with Billy the Crystal Whisperer sitting on the porch. You feel me? Okay. So I'm going to put my claws away. I'm going to put my little shovel away, and whatever comes easily, that's for me. And then I heard a voice say, okay, that's enough. Go on. And I did not reject that. As soon as I heard this voice say, you've gotten enough, go on, make your next move, I was like, you know what? Okay. I didn't even look at the ground again on my way out of the mine. I was like, okay. I ended up in Taos, New Mexico a couple of days later. And the rocks there, so I was on the reservation in Taos, and the rocks there were like none I've ever seen. And so what I've been told is some of them might have been used like in ancient, they were just everywhere. They were just, when I say everywhere, as far as the eye could see, just everywhere. And they were so smooth, and they were just beautiful. I've never seen rocks that beautiful. I know I sound like a weirdo, but they were the most beautiful rocks I've ever seen to date. And they were just everywhere. I was like, oh my gosh, all the rocks, right? And so I'm picking up these rocks. And I hear this voice say, see, I told you, there is always more than enough. There's no need for struggle. There's no need for fight. There's no need for want. There is always more than enough. This is what you take with you. There is always more than enough. This is how you learn that lesson. Picking up rocks in fucking New Mexico. That's where I learned the lesson. There's always more than enough. There's always more than enough. There's always, no matter what they trying to tell you on the TV, no matter what they trying to tell you about how there ain't enough, there ain't enough this, there ain't enough that. Oh my God, the scarcity, that's a lie. There's always more than enough. Always more than enough. That whole trip, baby. Her voice was so loud, so profound. Baby, I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to give y'all a word. I'm still doing lives for y'all. I could tonight stop doing lives. I could stop doing lives. And I could post every single solitary day for 3 months, and I probably still wouldn't even come close to all the footage that I got on this 6-week trip across the road. Half that shit I haven't even posted anywhere. It's still in my hard drive. I got so much extraordinary fucking footage from that road trip. So much. So much happened. So much happened on that trip. So much that even as I was only on the road 6 weeks, it felt like a lifetime. It was so incredible. It was, even when I'm watching a lot of these sisters, like the nomads and stuff like that, I just keep thinking like, man, me personally, I could travel in my car the entire continental US for the rest of my life and never see all the majesty that this country has to offer. When I drove from Taos, New Mexico to Boulder, Colorado, which is a pretty substantial detour that I wasn't planning on making, it was like 6 hours, I think, from Taos to Boulder. Baby, there were so many times. There were so many times on that 6-hour road trip that I actually wept. Like I actually full on wept. I could not even imagine that much fucking beauty at one time. Child, honestly, you don't ever have to leave this country again to be perpetually, daily amazed. I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to give you a whole ass word. To be perpetually amazed. To be perpetually amazed. I'm trying, wherever you are, it don't matter where you are. I've been pretty much everywhere south of the 43rd parallel of the so-called Mason-Dixon line. I done pretty much been there. And I'm always, even when I travel out of the country, I don't travel like a tourist. I'm trying to see the shit don't nobody else know where it's at. I want to go where the native people go to do what they do. Like I'm not trying to see America in another country. I want to be where y'all at. What y'all get into. You feel? I travel the United States the same way. I've been in California. When I got to California, I was traveling so much in the state, and I'd be like, oh my God, you grew up here? Then you must know about this place or that place. You would be amazed at how many Californians I say, oh, you heard of this place, right? No, I ain't never heard of that my whole life. It's 2 hours away. How you ain't heard of this place or that place or that? I cannot even tell you how many places I've gone. People like, that's only an hour away. How I ain't never heard of that? I grew right up here. Because people will live in the place that they live and not know nothing about the place that they live. Never venture outside their city limits. Never color outside the lines once. Not once. Even when I was growing up in Abbeville, Alabama, I can show you pictures right now. We used to skip school at least twice a week. we were right to the core. Especially in high school, we would skip school 2-3 times a week, child, and come back in time to catch the bus home. And there, Abbeville, Alabama, population like 3,000. I think my graduating class was like 48 people. Baby, there were people who lived in Abbeville their whole lives and didn't know about the swim holes that were so massive and so deep that scuba divers from a state over, from Georgia, would come to dive in our swim holes because they were so deep. They were like ocean level deep. You know what I'm saying? Crystal blue, surrounded on all sides by peaks. You feel me? We go canoeing and we go diving right there in little Abbeville, Alabama. Like, to know, but you have to have a relationship with Earth to know to do that. You have to have a relationship with the environment in some way to know to seek out those gems in the places where you live. That's why people be amazed when I say, here, living in Los Angeles, and I love Los Angeles. But when I say I went home, I went to Alabama, 3 weeks ago, sometime in April. And even though my intention for going home to Alabama was shoddy as shit, it didn't matter. I had such a beautiful time. I love the state I grew up in. I got there and I was even just flying over Birmingham. I was just like, oh my God. I forgot how beautiful this goddamn city is, man. Why did I leave? Every time I go to Alabama, every time I go to Georgia, I'm like, damn, why I don't live here? Why I don't live here? Why I don't live here? So beautiful. I love where I grew up. I love where I grew up. I love where I live, but I love where I grew up. And so you ain't even got to be a vagabond. You ain't even got to be out here globetrotting and shit. But what I would encourage you sisters to do is take your bare feet out somewhere. You understand? Like, I'm gonna ask everybody on the call, how many of you have been naked in the woods? Put your hands up. Anybody up in here been naked in the woods? Fully naked from your head to your feet. Anybody up in here been naked in the woods? Okay. Okay. He'll purposely say, yep, me. Helen, that's an assignment for you, boo. Mm-hmm. Who else? Nope. Sage Page. Who else? Hot holy woman over here on IG. Claudia Ankara, then y'all know what y'all homework assignment is. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever pinched it if you have a yard? Some people don't have yards. Some people live in apartments. But if you have a yard, have you ever just pitched a tent in your backyard just to see what it would feel like to sleep outside in your backyard? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it means. The ceremony, and I've told y'all this before, and it's not a condemnation of process. It's not. But to be in ceremony is to be in your body. To be in ceremony is to be in your body, is to be fully in your flesh. So like I could say, it wasn't my intention to be in ceremony when I went down here with my little shears and my little hacksaw to cut up some of this bamboo so I could get some of it before they throw it away tomorrow. You feel me? I was just like, let me run down here real quick before the sun go down so I can get up on this live. And it ended up being out there for damn near 2 hours because it was just, and then 2 little hummingbirds flew right around my head. They was just like, what you doing, bitch? What you out here doing with these bamboo? I'm like, I'm down here cutting this bamboo. Y'all look cute today. You feel me? Like the whole thing. Several crows, because there's big ass crows that live in this little vicinity. I live in the middle of Hollywood, child. You would swear it was a jungle back here. We got a family of raccoons that live in the back of our apartment. We got 2 little possums that be crawling across the fence damn near every night. Got this big ass squirrel who loud first thing in the morning, every morning, right here in front of my apartment, nobody else's apartment, my apartment, yelling at my cats at 6 o'clock in the morning, every day like clockwork. Like, and then there's a whole big old giant like swarm of crows that come up here. I'm telling you, as soon as the sun come up 6 a.m. or so, they loud because the guy above me has this big old beautiful like little mini farm on his roof. And so they come down here and get a little something to eat, and they loud as hell, and then they just fly around. They so pretty, big ass crows like this big. And so we got a whole little family of critters over here behind my apartment complex right here in freaking West Hollywood. Oh, I love coyotes. I see them around every now and again, but they've never been close to my spot. But anyway, I say all of that to say, ceremony is every day. Every moment that you are present, your ass is in ceremony. Every moment that your ass is on going for a walk, your ass is in ceremony. I don't take headphones when I go on walks anymore. I used to. I don't take headphones. Most times, if I'm really like deliberate, I'll leave the phone in the car. And I will go and do my walk. That's how I found that rattlesnake skin that day that I showed y'all, that little 6-foot ass rattlesnake skin that I showed y'all. You feel me? And so that's why I really shifted energy about tomorrow. So it's now officially tomorrow. It's now officially the 20th. And so like I said, the anniversary started on the 20th, and there are some varying opinions. I've seen where the Council of Nicaea ended on July 21st, and then I've seen where it ended on August 25th, right? Regardless, I feel like this is what I've been kind of meditating on today is I'm still working on, I'll have it done. I'm not going to go to sleep before it's done. I am going to finish. I started on it. The conspiracy, but the conspiracy I feel like has to be different. I have been really struggling with the approach for the conspiracy because my approach, I feel like, for the greater portion of the time that I've been talking about this anniversary of the Council of Nicaea, I feel like my the energy that I was holding or the approach that I was kind of stuck on or thinking about was more like the anger, more like the rage, more like the, how can we get these bitches back type of shit, right? And the problem and the reason that I mentioned the names, how we were focusing on the names and ceremony and seeing the evidence, right? And so I've been thinking about that, like who were the major players and, what were the more strategic events and that type of shit. But we're talking about an institution that officially is 1700 years old and unofficially is as old as the Roman Empire itself, right? And and then thinking about the fact that Rome is not the only contributor to the world that is today. This is just a singular event that helps give some context to where we are now, right? The Council of Nicaea and the Holy Roman Empire. But you have the origin that far outdates Rome and the Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Catholic Church, which is Judaism. And you have the more recent contributor to the world that is today, which is Islam, right? And you have even more recent contributor to the world that is, which is Christianity and Catholicism and all of these other things. And we would be spending, and then you have all of those people behind the curtain, whether they is the Illuminati or the Freemasons or any other conspiratorial group that we get stuck in wormholes on, trying to deconstruct a web strand by strand. And I was like, that's not the way. That's just not the way. And so I don't know if you guys paid attention to the thumbnail that I used for this live or paid attention to the title. The title of the live today is the reclamation of what is ours. And we've talked about this before in other contexts and other scenarios. The reclamation of what is ours. And while I will temporarily get consumed by wormholes, right? And topics I love to study. So it's not laborious for me. It's like I love to study. So when I'm like learning something new and I'm just like, oh my God, yes, this is amazing. I love it. But I also am aware that I have to unfortunately be a little bit more rigorous with my time until I have the kind of support system that allows me to free flow into deep dives that bring forward epiphany. And it's interesting. I think it was Tajali maybe, or maybe Java Watson, or maybe Faith. I don't remember. It was one of the three of them that sent me an email last week that I only paid attention to minimally because I'm always busy these days and I haven't been as disciplined about checking my email, but it was about something about some, I want to say maybe a Jewish holiday or something. I forget. But I remember the last thing that they said in this little thing, I think it was like a Jewish holiday, and that the holiday required, oh, how did it go? It was like, oh, you want to say hey now, your little busy self? Come here, girl. Come here, little busy baby. Come here, little busy baby. I want to say hi to Tempest. Oh, she's so cute. She's so cute. Hey, little baby. She looks sleepy, but she ain't gonna go to sleep no time soon. She's so busy. She like them little babies that be fighting sleep, but they too scared they gonna miss something. That's her. That's my little baby. Look at her. She's so cute. You're so cute, curly squirrely. You're so cute, my little panther. You my little panther. This is as still as she's ever gonna sit. Ain't that? What, boo? What, boo? She don't never sit still. Look at her little pretty self. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, she's so cute. She's so feisty. Oh, you trying to sit again? Huh? You too big now. You ain't little bitty no more. Her big old butt. Y'all remember how she used to just like lay right here in front or lay right here on my. She trying to do that now. Her here, I'll show. I can't show y'all, but I can show y'all on IG. Her big old self trying to squeeze up under my books and stuff. Oh, pretty baby self. She's so cute. Yeah, she's so cute. Hey, little girly squirrel, you gonna have to move because you just right on top of my books. Anyway, what was I saying? Damn, what was I saying? I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh, what I was saying is the reclamation of what is ours. So today, that's what I was thinking about because I started going into my brain. You feel me? Instead of going into my flesh, I started going into my brain, calling myself getting ready before this live. And I kept thinking, because I had something down here about like the Malleus Maleficarum, you feel me? The Book of Revelations, you feel me? There's a movie that y'all need to see. I wrote this on my notes. And also there's a link to the trailer inside the description box below this video. There are several reference. I didn't do anything on this live I intended to do. I intended to play y'all a video and all kind. I was so structured and shit. But anyway, there is a there is a link. There's several links I want y'all to check out. Anyway, I am going to try to give y'all at least a little bit of what I intended to talk to y'all about. Okay, there's a link in there for a movie called Coven. The movie came out in 2020. I watched it a couple years ago when I went to go help my mom, right? And the reason I remember the movie was just another movie. It's a foreign movie, so it's subtitles, but it was the movie was about the first time that the Department of the Inquisition came to this little French town. Okay, this was their first. They had been hearing stories about the Inquisition throughout Europe, but this story is about the moment that this inquisitor comes to this little small town. And it was really messed up because the inquisitor deliberately waited to come to the town. He waited until after all the men left the town. So the town was a fishing town. And so every certain part of the year, so many times a year, all of the able-bodied men would go out on boats to fish for some time and then come back. But they would be gone for a good chunk of time, and then they would come back with all their haul, to feed their community. And so this inquisitor literally waited until all the men in the town, the only males that remained were old men and children. So they deliberately waited until all the men were gone to come and start accusing the women left in the town of witchcraft, the women and girls. So this story revolves around these girls. I think it's like 6 or 7 of them that are best friends. They're girls. They're not women. They're like all teenagers. And because, the girls live pretty free. Like they get to go out into the woods and play and they sing songs and all this stuff. This guy sets his sights on this group of friends. The inquisitor sets his sights on this group of friends. And they started wreaking havoc to basically scare the people into submission. All the men were gone, so all that was left was babies and old people. And so they started doing acts of violence to terrorize the people, to basically not defend the girls. Okay, and goes through what the Inquisition process looks like. It wasn't, and we know. Oh, Shy Boy Shades in the house. It's been a minute. That's what's up. I'm glad you were able to catch the live. So, long story short, the movie, I know a lot of people don't have a lot of patience to watch movies with subtitles. Typically, I don't, just because of time, but I was at my mom's house. It was great. It was great. It was great. The movie was great. It's called The Coven, or Coven, either The Coven or Coven. But it is subtitled. I think it's like Spanish, or I forget. But anyway, it's supposed to be based in 1609 in France, in this tiny little town in France. And the reason I remembered it in preparing for this live was because there was a quote by the Inquisitor when doing his inquisition of one of these girls. It was crazy because I was talking to y'all about it a lot. Remember way back when we were talking about America's First Pluto Returns that happened in 2020, February 20th, 2022. No, 2022, right? And how the reason, not even the return, it was the Saturn Pluto conjunction in Capricorn that happened in January 12th of 2020. That event was so big and everybody was talking about it because the last time that event had happened was in the year 1518. Remember, I was telling you, everybody was talking about it because 1518 was the year that Martin Luther kicked off the Protestant Reformation of the church. Okay. Well, everybody had been talking about Martin Luther in 1518, but nobody was talking about like the spiritual implications of a Pluto and Saturn in Capricorn, right? And so I started Googling all the like weird or witchy things that happened in 1518. And that's when I was telling you guys about the weirdest thing was called the Dancing Plague. Happened in the same year, 1518, the Dancing Plague that happened in some other town in France. Okay. And the Dancing Plague basically ended up killing about 400 people. They literally danced themselves to death. And to this day, people just speculate about what happened. Was it like a mold in the common water source? What was it? And why was the chief symptom dancing literally to exhaustion? These people literally danced themselves to death, right? So in this movie, Coven, because the girls, they go out, they're playing, they're little girls, right? So they go out and they dance and they play in the trees and they write on the rocks and all of this stuff. And so the Inquisitor was like, oh, y'all dance? They were like, yeah, we did. Because they don't know how deep what is happening is. They don't know the depth of what it is that's happening. So when the guy asked them, because one of the girls, he was like, why y'all, people say y'all go to the woods every day. They were like, yeah, we go to the woods every day. He was like, what y'all be doing in the woods? He was like, oh, we be dancing, we be playing, we be writing on the rocks, dancing, right? So they're being innocent little girls, not thinking anything of it. And then he starts to tell this story of a dancing plague in France. And he says, many years ago, what kicked off, the church's need to weed out evil, this woman left her house. He tells the story all creepy, like this woman left her house one day and went into the town square and started dancing. And when she started dancing, others started dancing. And when they started dancing, more started dancing, until when it was finally over, 400 and something people were dead. And he said, from that day on, the church knew that the most dangerous thing to mankind was a dancing woman. I just remembered that quote today. I saw that movie like 3 years ago. The most dangerous thing to mankind is a dancing woman. And I remember a live that I did less than a month ago where I was talking about how I Googled, I don't even remember for what, but I Googled how many places in the world where dancing is banned. 66 places on earth that have laws against dancing. That's why. That's why. Because as far as the church was concerned, and probably still is concerned, the, the goddamn bishop said, the chief inquisitor said, the most dangerous thing to mankind is a dancing woman. Y'all in the woods dancing. Dancing to who? For what reason? What you conjuring in your dancing? Yes. Yeah. 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 So, anyway, I was like, so I remember that movie, and so I remember that, and then I was revisiting the Malleus Maleficarum. I haven't read it yet, though I did download a PDF of it. It's huge, just like 1,000, more than 1,000 pages. I had no idea. It was more than 1,000 pages, so I haven't read any of it yet. But for those that don't know, the Malleus Maleficarum is what they say officially gave rise. No, it didn't give rise to. It changed the nature of the Office of the Inquisition, because the Office of the Inquisition had existed since like 1100. I think it was like 1186. So the Inquisition had already been going on for 400 plus years. You understand? But it was not specifically targeting women. The chief ambition of the Department of the Inquisition at the time was about, rooting out heretics. Heresy was the primary crime that the Inquisition had been focusing on up until this priest named Heinrich Kramer published the Malleus Maleficarum. Okay. The link is in the description box below, at least to a story about it. And this book specifically gave a female face to now what had become the face of witchcraft. Because did you know that before the Malleus Maleficarum, it was considered heresy to believe that witchcraft existed? To believe that witchcraft was real was considered heresy. But then when they saw that there was money to be made off leaning into a belief in witchcraft, and then this guy, Heinrich Kramer, wrote this book on how to discover, investigate, and yes, that's, as a matter of fact, that's in The Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth. She was the first time I'd heard anybody talk about it, how the primary crimes investigated under the Inquisition for the first 400 years were heresy, right? It was like ideas that didn't align with the Roman Catholic Church. So those could have been any ideas. As a matter of fact, what's his name? Galileo was convicted of heresy, and who else? Big name dudes. It was Galileo. He was even imprisoned for because he was teaching what? That the Earth and all the other planets revolved around the sun, that the Earth wasn't the center of our solar system, that it, like the other planets, revolved around the sun. He was charged with heresy. So it was any idea that did not, oh my fucking God. God damn. So let me tell you, whatever the Roman Catholic Church's position and line was on anything, any person propagating an idea of any kind that did not correspond with the beliefs coming out of the Roman Catholic Church were charged with heresy. The reason I have my oh my God moment, somebody says, sounds here like McCarthyism, but I was thinking about something much more sinister. In medicine, right? In allopathic medicine, which is Western medicine, there is an idea that is accepted throughout the practice of the medicine. This idea of what is called consensus medicine. Has anybody heard of this? Consensus medicine? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Has anybody heard of this? Consensus medicine? Do I need to explain consensus medicine? Anybody? Yes, no, maybe so, kind of perhaps. Um so I don't know how many of you know, um, but I'm not going to go into a long history of the American medical, process, what we call American medicine or Western medicine, but short, super, super short, condensed version. What we know as, quote, allopathic Western medicine right now, right, is the construct of J.D. Rockefeller. I forget what year, but in the very early 1900s, J.D. Rockefeller created the American Medical Association. His creation, known as the American Medical Association, is what gave this country the standard practices of medicine. Okay? And within those standard practices of medicine, anything that was, quote, outside those standard practices of medicine was considered less valid. He created the American Medical Association specifically in its origins to attack midwifery. That was his first area of attack, was to transition the birth giving process. No, he was not a doctor, had no medical background whatsoever. No. Um, but his campaign was first launched at Black and Jewish and Italian and Native midwives. He was like, there is money to be made in midwifery. We have enough people now, male doctors that have been watching these women long enough that we need to transition people's confidence away from midwifery and into the male care, the male practitioners of, quote, delivery, the delivery of children. Okay. And the campaign was so insidious, y'all, that he would pay for these massive billboards throughout like big cities, especially in the Northeast, Chicago, and all these other places. Um, and the billboards would have these really fucked up images of stereotypical women, like the stereotypical hook-nosed Jew, or the stereotypical um uh asexual mammy who is just taking care and delivering babies. You feel me? Like these, it was scathing, these big old fucking billboards all over these. And then on top of the picture, it would say, do you really want this person delivering your child? Right. So like these were these very like sinister campaigns he would launch to take what he saw as a very huge capital producing industry from the hands of women to industry in the medical fields. Okay, that was the first campaign. The second thing that the American Medical Association did was to destroy the schools that existed in the country around the early 20th century that could contend with allopathic medical schools. So at the time, I think it was 18 schools of 18 schools of like osteopathy. There were many, many schools of homeopathy, and there were many schools of naturopathy throughout the country. And he launched an attack on these schools that under the guise of science had been reduced to, what would they call it, like ooga booga, like non-scientific, that type of shit. And so all the schools of homeopathy were closed, clamped down on, closed. Right now in the United States, I think there are only a handful, maybe 5 or 6 schools of naturopathy. You can only get licensed to practice naturopathy in 13 states. And osteopathy had been basically absorbed. There's schools of osteopathy, but they had basically been absorbed into like allopathic medicine. So American practicing osteopaths rarely do uh, like deep structural manipulation, muscular manipulation. I mean, like back in the day, they would osteopaths would fucking adjust the fucking skull sutures in your skull and shit. There were stories about how osteopaths were curing blindness because they realized that blindness, like there's this one story I heard about this man who had become blind. He was like 8 or 9 years old, and he had been in a farming accident, and they didn't have any money, so they just like kind of nurtured him at home, and then he got back to an active life, and maybe 2 years after the injury the child went blind, and they were like, damn, I guess he just went blind, and so they adjusted or whatever. Years later, he's an adult, he's still blind, and a friend of his tells him to go to an osteopath. And the osteopath asked him, how long he'd been blind, and, if there had been any events in his life that led to the blindness, any accidents, any slip and falls, anything like that. He was like, yeah, I was in about 2 years prior, I was in this, this farming accident or whatever. And 2 years later, I couldn't see no more. He's like, oh, okay. And so he does an adjustment, not only of his cervical spine, but he literally took and adjusted all the bone, all the sutures, all the little cranial sutures, just, and within days, grown man who had been blind most of his childhood got his goddamn sight back. I heard so many dope ass stories while I was in medical school. But anyway, I was like, oh my God, that his blindness had been a structural blindness. And because it had impacted one of the cranial nerves that govern sight, they didn't know that. And he adjusted bones and relieved the pressure off the cranial nerve that governed sight, and man got his goddamn sight back. I was like, oh my God, that's fucking extraordinary, right? And so anyway, not to get off, because I could tell y'all so many stories about medical school, but anyway, osteopathy in this country is not practiced the way that it was in the early 19th century. Now they have pharmaceutical rights. So the only naturopathy does too. But most naturopaths don't prescribe. They can get prescription rights, but osteopathy and naturopathy are the only two systems of alternative medicine in the United States that you can get pharmaceutical rights. Osteopaths use a lot in this country, not so much in Europe. I've been to osteopaths in Europe, and they still practice like old traditional osteopathy. Anyway, anything that did not align with these standards of practice established by the American Medical Association, that was founded by an oligarch named J.D. Rockefeller, you feel me, who had no medical background or experience at all the way up until the day his 190-ass-year-old self died. Okay? So anyway, what they call standards of practice, much later on, you got to this point where now there is this thing called consensus medicine. And consensus medicine is so devious and insidious. And you may not know that you have been a victim of consensus medicine. So say something happens to you, something serious, a disease, an injury, whatever. And you go to your primary, and your primary gives you a diagnosis. Okay. And you say, he gives you not only a diagnosis, but he gives you a terribly fucked up prognosis. Okay. He gives you the worst possible scenario right out the gate. Feel me? And you're like, fuck that. I need a second opinion. I need a third opinion. I need a 10th opinion. Okay. What you do not know is that in the seeking of a second or third opinion, consensus medicine will not allow practitioners to go against the initial diagnosis. So you think you are getting an honest diagnosis from this second practitioner, but consensus medicine guarantees, quote, out of like, what do you call it? Professional respect. This is the thing y'all don't know. I know. You feel me? out of professional respect, right? The first diagnosis that you get, all they have to do is search your medical records and see what your initial, you think you're going for a fresh, clear, objective second opinion. Because most people will not take their first opinion to the doctor that they're getting a second opinion from. They're like, I want an objective opinion. You feel me? Your primary knows your whole life. You know what I'm saying? You trust them because you see them every few months for your little workups or whatever. And so you like, they know me too well. Let me go out here to somebody fresh, you feel me, and get a second opinion. Little do you know that they are searching. They're having their interns or their secretaries to search your medical records, and they will not go against your primary, whoever you went to first. They will not go against their diagnosis. So you think you're getting an objective opinion. Meanwhile, consensus medicine, and this is written into law, by the way. This isn't just, some professional respect thing that you have. No, this is like written into the law of how medicine is practiced. It's consensus medicine. We all agree that this is how we're going to behave in professional relationship with one another. I'm not going to go against your diagnosis, that type of shit. This is consensus medicine. It's no different than the church saying, okay, this is what we say the entire world is and everything that governs the world. And this wasn't just spiritual with the Roman Catholic Church. This governed how the monarchs needed to behave and act. This governed everything. It governed political life. It governed economic life. It governed everything. So heresy wasn't something that you would just get tried for if you went against the quote spiritual ideas of the church. If you deviated in any way from the mandates that came down from the church, your ass was a heretic. And this is what funded the church for the first 400 years, that the office of the Inquisition existed. And it wasn't until 1486 when the Malleus Maleficarum was written. And it was the first book ever printed on the new printing press. That's what made it so popular. The Bible was not the first book printed on the printing press after it was invented in Europe. This motherfucking book, the 1,000 plus page Malleus Maleficarum, and Malefica means women with supernatural powers. That's what it means. And so now this institution functioning for 400 years, charging men, women, anybody with heresy because their ideas didn't align with the general consensus of the church. Now, the whole campaign shifted to focus primarily on women who had power, because that's what it was about. Any woman that had any skill that could shine the light on the weaknesses of the church, primarily practitioners, herbalists, any kind of healer, any midwives were a humongous target. Again, so here I'm talking about consensus medicine under the American Medical Association in the early 1900s, but 400 years before that, 500 years before that, when the church was trying to shift the focus on women who were gaining too, especially because guess what was contributing to all these women getting these new skills? It was the goddamn Crusades. All their husbands coming home with these brilliantly colored, beautiful books, because the Arabs and shit had already been handwriting beautiful books and, learning herbs and mathematics and all of this shit. You feel me? Ages before the printing press in Europe. They had many books. People were literate, this, that, and the other. So they go to the Crusades, they husbands, they men folk go to the Crusades and trash everything in the Middle East and start grabbing up and stealing everything they can find, start bringing these beautiful ass books home, and these women start learning these books, start reading the books, start looking at the pictures, start messing with herbs and putting herbs on wounds and shit, start washing their hands before they delivered a baby. And that was considered heresy. To wash your hands before delivering a baby was considered heresy. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. So 500 years prior to the American Medical Association, again, turning its sights on women who knew how to catch babies, attack on midwives, attack on herbalists, this, right after the release of the Malleus Maleficarum. And the reason that I felt like this book was important to mention is because, one, y'all, We was just talking Friday. Weren't we just talking about Friday? Talking about y'all new pope. All these Negroes on TikTok doing a whole goddamn family tree deep dive into this nigga goddamn family trees. I told you he was black. I told, oh my God, the Pope is black. And everybody, and I said, what? So fucking what? This white skinned Negro, this white skinned Negro is the Pope. And the fuck? What difference do you think that's gonna make in your life that you think might be positive? Didn't I say that on Friday? Didn't I say that on Friday? Didn't I do this whole big old thing about how he took his name after Pope Leo the 13th, right? And then I go back into this Negro, his background and what he believed and what he put into place. I was like, y'all are not ready. Y'all doing a whole goddamn deep dive on this nigga family tree. Y'all are not doing a whole goddamn breakdown on who his predecessor was, who he fashioned his new name after. He fashions his name after Leo the 13th. And then you go back and read about, first of all, he was the fourth longest pontificate in the whole history of the 266 popes. He was the fourth longest. His term as the Pope was like 28 years or something like that. I forget. Long, it was long. He was the fourth longest out of 266 popes. And he was so the new Pope is, remember I was telling you, the new Pope is a part of a very small Catholic sect called the Augustinians. Remember, they were saying of all like identified Augustinians in the world, there ain't but like 2,800 people on earth, 2,800 people on earth that practice Augustinianism. So I was like, all right, I forget. So what was St. Augustine about? What was he about? Because this will be able to inform you about who your new Pope is. I ain't heard nobody talk about that on TikTok. The new Pope is black. Did y'all know the new Pope is black? He from Haiti. I ain't hear one TikTok talking about who are the Augustinians? Why should we care about who St. Augustine was and what his impact on the institution was? Why is this Negro, who is the Pope now, this white-skinned Negro, the Pope now, calling himself an Augustinian? Why did he fashion? Who was Pope Leo the 13th? Should we care? Should we do as a small, minute investigation about what his pontification was, and the impact that it may or may not have had on people's? You feel me? What was his term? The dates of his term was the dates of Pope Leo the 13th was my IG is messing up a lot right now. His term of pontification, I don't know if that's what you call it, was from 1878 to 1903. He ushered in the new century. What was happening under the global leadership of this pontificate? What world changes were occurring during his pontificate, during his term? You feel me? What was it that made him stand out as a pope? You feel me? And he was considered, what did they call him? The social pope. Isn't that what they said about Francis? Oh, he the people's pope, right? What did they say? All these little good, flowery, rosy things. And didn't nobody get into the fact that he too was an Augustinian, Pope Leo the 13th. He was the one that popularized the the rosary. He was the one that popularized the rosary. He also was the one that like before him, there was not a lot of focus. I did not know this. There was not a lot of focus in the Roman Catholic Church on like prayers to Mary. The reason that Catholics go hard on like what you call it, what you call it, Hail Mary, full of grace, blah 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 blah. That's because of this Pope, the Pope Leo the 13th. He was the one that took the church back into a focus in what they call the Marian devotion, right? What else they see it about him? So when you see people doing the rosary, this Pope is the reason. When you see people saying Hail Mary, the priest say do a couple of Hail Marys and this and this and this, he was the one that popularized that, right? But there was other stuff. He was so he was supposedly the people's Pope because he was talking about, he wrote this thing called the, what was it called? The Reverum something. We'll talk about it in depth later, but it was basically his position on wages, on workers' rights, on all of this stuff, right? Fair wages and workers' rights, but he was hostily opposed to socialism, and he was an advocate of what they would eventually call laissez-faire capitalism, right? And so here he's saying that he's about people's rights and workers' rights and fair wages and like workplace safety and stuff like that. But he was a staunch supporter of capitalism, right? Which is interesting. And he was the Pope during what period? What period did this correspond with? 1878 to 1903. What was it? Yeah. What age? So they have the age, like the industrial age and the this and that. What age did his pontification, his term correspond with? Yes, the Rerum Novarum, the Rerum Novarum, 1891. Thank you. I'd written it down somewhere, but whatever. Anyway, what age did his term correspond with? Anybody know? The Gilded Age. His term corresponded with the Gilded Age. And the Gilded Age. And it's interesting because so many people right now today, when discussing the so-called oligarchy, or AKA the plutocracy, so many people are calling this period that we live in, defined by extreme opulence and extreme divides between wealth and poverty, the new Gilded Age. And so I found that interesting. And so anyway, and then he too was an Augustinian. So I was like, all right, well, what was Augustine about, right? St. Augustine. And there was a bunch, but the one thing that I honed in on, child, first of all, so there's a position that you can get in the Roman Catholic Church called the Doctor of the Church. Okay. A person who has the title Doctor of the Church is not a medical doctor. They're not treating people in the institution. When a person is given the title Doctor of the Church, it means that their ideas and that their impact or that their ideas had a very long-term impact on the church, that a lot of the church accepted doctrine came from this person. Okay. And so remember, I did that long thing about the dark night of the soul and how I was like, I was going off. I was mad as hell because somebody was like, I was talking about something I had been going through or whatever. And somebody was in the comments talking back and forth to each other in the comments. And they said, and one of the person said to the other person, what she's describing right now is the dark night of the soul. And I was like, no, I ain't. If I was experiencing the dark night of the soul, I would have told y'all I was experiencing the dark night of the soul. And I was like, damn, am I an asshole? Like, why do I got an attitude about the dark night of the soul? Because everybody talking about the dark night of the soul. I was like, but every time from the first moment I heard that statement, it didn't sit right in my spirit. I was like, something sounds suspect. Dark night of the soul. That sounds suspect to me. Where the fuck that came from? Where the fuck that came from? Who came up with that? What is the origin of this concept that everybody talking about in all these super spiritual spaces now? Where that shit came from? And then I do a damn deep dive. Now, it wasn't even that deep, bitch. I didn't even have to look that far. On the origin of the concept, the dark night of the soul was from a goddamn priest who, for whatever reason, he was, well, I can't remember this guy's name, but he was a priest, and he had I remember, he was practicing some type of Catholicism in this other place, and it didn't align with this other type of of Catholicism or whatever, and he ends up getting put in jail. He ends up doing a stint because he was not practicing consensus Catholicism, okay, as a heretic. And while he was in prison, he wrote this poem called The Dark Night of the Soul. This priest, who had been a doctor of the church. This priest gets imprisoned for heresy and writes this poem. It's like, poems back then were like damn near books. You feel me? He writes this poem about how you have to be at a certain depth and level of suffering before you can have the epiphanetic breakthrough. You have to suffer just enough before you can experience epiphany, essentially. And he called this the dark night of the soul. I was like, no fucking wonder my flesh was opposed to this shit. It was much deeper than that, but that was my super short condensed version. So here, again, you find at the root of some idea that everybody is talking about. Everybody's just accepting that this is just some super spiritual new thing. Nope. When I tell you that the state has invaded the entire spiritual cipher, I mean that shit. Did you know the dark night of the soul, the suffering one must go through, the deprivation that one must go through before God will talk to them? That's what he said. He said that it is impossible for us to know God without experiencing the dark. No, he said, what did he say? He said, you have to go through so much suffering because without this suffering, God is unknowable. That's what he said. He said, you can't know God without suffering. That's what he said. Dark night of the soul bullshit and ass bullshit. That's what he said. He said, God is unknowable unless you suffer. That's what he said. But guess what? So I was like, that's why I reject. That's why I trust my flesh, bitch. My brain did not have the information to explain to me why my flesh was uncomfortable with somebody in my comments talking about, oh, she's just experiencing the dark night of the soul. I didn't have a logical explanation for why I was so viscerally triggered, but I trusted that. I was like, you know what? Let me just go Google real quick while I got an attitude about the dark night of the soul and some woman diagnosing me on my shit that I'm just experiencing the dark night of the soul. You feel me? That's what it means to trust your flesh. You don't have to have this here. You got cellular memory. That you got an old ass memory in your flesh and DNA that can inform you of some shit that you may not have learned in this life. I trust that. So go into this dark night of the soul bullshit and ass bullshit. And I'm gonna continue to call it bullshit and ass bullshit. And anybody out here saying the dark night of the soul bullshit and ass bullshit. That's my assessment. That's my diagnosis. It's bullshit and ass bullshit. You feel me? So anyway, I was like, cool. I go back, I revisit while preparing for this live. I go back to this dark night of the soul, nigga. You feel me? And do you know, remember what else we talked about last week? Remember I said last week, I went on this whole tangent about them damn astrologers that was pissing me off last week, telling y'all asses to stay inside during the summertime, telling y'all asses to go deep within to your shadow work. Yeah, because it's a Pluto retrograde. Stay inside, practice solitude in the summertime. I was like, what the fuck? Right? And so then they was talking about what else they said. Maybe go on a retreat. And I was like, no. Remember I was telling y'all that last week? my opposition to the word retreat, I went up and looked at the goddamn etymology of retreat. You understand? To step backwards, to not make progress, and all of that shit. Remember that? And I said, God damn, we've been retreating for 20 years. You feel me? 30 years popularizing. I'm going on a retreat. I'm going on a retreat. And I was like, I got a problem with that. I got a problem. I had a problem with it before I looked up the etymology. I was like, why everybody retreating? I was like, damn, maybe I need, remember me saying last week, I was like, damn, maybe I need to pull out the Art of War. We need to read that shit. Maybe we need to read the Art of War. You feel me? God damn, why are you retreating? What you retreating from? Remember, I talked about this within the context of wanting to do this thing about how fight or flight has, this narrative about fight or flight has caused our body to start working against us. That the action that fight or flight response is looking for is what? It's advance. It's action. It's to, what does advance mean? To move forward in a purposeful way, right? Remember that? So I was like, damn, and this retreat shit kept coming up. Today, revisiting the dark side, the dark night of the soul, nigga, you feel me? That we talked about like a year ago. Do you know that the origin of the concept of retreat, the concept specifically of spiritual retreat, comes from that same nigga? That same monk. Yep, dark night of the soul, dude. The concept that exists right now today of a spiritual retreat, of a spiritual retreat, of a spiritual retreat, is him. It's him. The state is all up in your shit. Everything you think you understand about spirituality, child, the state is up in your shit. Remember, I was telling you about that bullshitting ass documentary I saw on a nationwide popular cult at the turn of the century, like the 1914s, like 1914, 1915, was called what? The Cult of I Am. The Cult of I Am. I sat here and watched that goddamn documentary in utter disbelief. I said, just when I thought could nothing else shock me, I was up in here subdued, y'all. The narrator was like, yes, the idea of I am has existed for a very, very long time in many other cultures. But most people who are like in spiritual circles or spaces or enlightenment movements of the turn of the century, and this concept of the I am as the primary manifestation, words and all of this shit comes directly from the cult of I am. And the thing about the cult of I am is they were the white nationalists. As a matter of fact, it's the reason everybody want to run to Mount Shasta up in Northern California. The reason everybody right now today want to haul ass up to Mount Shasta to have a spiritual experience is because of the cult of I am at the turn of the century. Because the white boy who started the shit was went up to Mount Shasta, and what made him famous was he said he went up to Mount Shasta and got a divine download from a grand master, and all their grand masters happen to have blue eyes and blonde hair. Saint Jerome, that's who he said came to see him. Saint Jerome came to him while he was in Mount Shasta, and ever since then, motherfuckers been hauling ass to Mount Shasta, disrupting them damn indigenous people that's fighting like hell to keep a hold of it, because now white people want to have a spiritual experience, and they too want to see Saint goddamn Jerome, the cult of I am. They were tied to the state. They were supporters of the Third Reich. They were friends with FDR. Yes, Franklin D. Roosevelt. When I say the state is all up in y'all shit, there ain't nothing I take for granted no more. In so-called spiritual jargon, in spiritual spaces, I'm researching that shit. I'm researching every player. I'm researching all that shit because the state is up in your shit. The state is up in your shit. That's why marry daily in pure lust and beyond God the Father. Said, don't take shit for granted. We gonna have to completely rechange language. We gonna have to redefine everything because the state is in your shit. Don't take shit for granted. And she was saying that shit in 1983. Don't take nothing for granted. The state is in all this bullshit. She said that's why her and Barbara Moore said that's why motherfuckers don't trust white women at goddamn retreats and shit. Didn't Barbara Moore, a white woman from Portland, Oregon, did she say that in the Great Cosmic Weather? She said that's why people around the world don't trust white women in sacred spaces. Isn't that what she said? Damn near verbatim. She said people of the world rightfully do not trust white women, white spiritual women who go out into the woods dancing naked under a well-fed white moon. That's what she said. That's what she said. She said, because y'all spirituality is completely disembodied. And isn't that convenient for y'all? That y'all can have a little spirituality that just floats above on a little cloud. Everybody else is suffering. You so super spiritual up here on the blissed out cloud. You feel me? While everybody else is trying to eke out some spiritual experience for themselves while they're suffering and shit. That's what she said. That's what she said. That's why white women didn't like. That's what her daughter told me. Her daughter told me white women don't like my mama. They gave her hell her whole life. That's why she died poor. White feminists hate my mama probably more than anybody else. That's what she said. That's what her daughter told me on the phone. White feminists hate my mama because white feminists stopping point in they revolutionary zeal is black ass women, is red ass women, is brown ass. That's their stopping point. We'll fight the power if we in the center. We'll fight the power if it centers around us and our needs. But at the juncture that it's got to include issues of colored folk, colored women, oh no, we ain't. That's too much. And then this white woman from Portland was like, if you really about that life, you better recognize where God is. She said, where is God? She said, who is God right now? What did Barbara Moore say? She said, God is Winnie Mandela. That's what she said. That's what this white woman from Portland, Oregon said. She said, God. She said, the goddess is Winnie Mandela. She said, the goddess is some child being abused in Brazil somewhere. She said, the goddess is living in the goddamn ghetto, bitch. And if you want to know God, that's where you got to be. Outside of that, y'all playing games. That's what she said. I mean, my ghetto version. But that's what she said. And she said, white women do not have the ability to be revolutionary unless they face that, unless they face God. And her ass ain't at a goddamn retreat somewhere, fucking screaming at the trees, howling at the moon and shit. She said, that ain't where God is. She said, the goddess is in the ghetto. She said, the goddess is in goddamn Nicaragua. The goddess is in South Africa trying to fight for her fucking people and shit. That's what she said. That's what she said. You feel me? And so this bullshit ass retreat shit, it's an insidious sleight of hand thing. It's an insidious sleight of hand thing. This whole insidious sleight of hands to keep you quiet, to keep what you need to say behind closed doors. That's what I wanted to show y'all tonight. I'm gonna share this with y'all because y'all need to see it, and because this is what I'm on. Because this is what I'm on today. 3 years ago now, the Pope Francis went on a redemption tour. That's why I don't trust. Everybody's like, oh my God, Francis was such a good guy, and people conveniently forget. They short-term memory is a travesty, because 3 years prior, Pope Francis went on a so-called redemption tour when the Roman Catholic Church got outed, when all these bodies of these dead babies, these dead indigenous babies, started springing up all over the goddamn country, all over Canada. In these goddamn residential schools as unmarked graves. It was after they had finished the excavation of the majority of these schools, these grounds in these schools, there were more than 3,000 children, unmarked graves on the grounds of residential schools for over 100 years. These babies, because the residential schools were founded in like 1870 in the 1870s and didn't close. The last residential school didn't close until the 1970s. There was people all over the country who were still relatively young, because I was born in 75. The schools didn't close until the 70s, who were still alive, who had experienced the atrocities happening in these goddamn residential schools in Canada. right? And so it was fucking all over the news for months when they had excavated. I think they had estimated like 3,300 baby children, man. 33, the bodies of 3,300 children across Canada, all off the grounds of these residential schools, right? And so when the shit was all over the news, because it was all over, it was like every week 600 bodies found, every week 300 more bodies found. It was crazy. I don't even know if anybody remembers that shit. This was in 2022. No, it was 2020 to 2022 when these excavations were happening pretty frequently all over Canada. And so this shit was because just when the church could think it could be like, okay, people got a short-term memory, this shit'll be out of the news in a minute. Next thing you know, somebody done found 66 bodies over here, 600 bodies over here. And this shit was ongoing for like 2 years. Bodies, all over Canada. And so they was like, damn, we can't not say nothing. And so Pope Francis decides to do this fucking redemption tour all over Canada. He did like 4 or 5 stops in Canada. And to say, I'm sorry that this happened. That's it. I'm sorry that this happened. I'm so sorry this happened. Okay? Baby, let me tell you what happened. This shit is going to give you chills. I have watched this video when it happened. Child, I was posting this shit like every day for months. This happened when he went to, I forget where it was, Quebec maybe. But look, watch what happened. I'm going to share the screen with y'all. Because I think this is going to invigorate you. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Is this the one? Yeah, this is it. Baby. Hopefully y'all can hear it. Okay. Baby, I hate that. I don't know what, maybe I have to do a whole overhaul on my system, my computer system, because hold on. Hold on. Because that's whole like the thing that was good about that video, I couldn't find the video where they had the translation about what she was saying when she was talking after the song. Because, baby, she starts off by saying, I stand here as a representation of all the mothers of my line. That's how she starts. She was like, we recognize no law but the laws handed down by our great mothers. That's what she said. That's what she said. It was like the whole prayer was in honor of the mothers. She said, we recognize no authority but our mothers. I said, oh my God. And then she turned her back on him and walked off. And did you see what was on the back? On her back? You saw that big old giant black ass crow on her back? Then I tell you, I sobbed like an infant when that first happened, and it was all over the news. I was just like, oh my God. I said, as a matter of fact, I did a live on it. I don't remember what the live was, but I remember saying, If you want to know, you know that what's the dude name? I forget the dude name who they say oh, I forget the dude name, but they in American history they talk about the shot heard around the world. I said, baby, this lowly, poor, oppressed, indigenous woman faced off with the fucking figurehead of empire and turned her back on him and said, we recognize no authority but the mothers. I said, oh my God, that motherfucking shit right there is the shot heard around the world. That shit right there. And the thing that was so when you seeing him in this video, you are not seeing what happened a few minutes earlier. These sellout Uncle Tom ass Indians sitting on the platform with him had placed a ceremonial headdress of the people on the goddamn pole. Everybody, people in the crowd were booing. People in the crowd were booing. Like, how dare you Negroes get up on? They was mad. You can't find that video no more. But when it first happened, there was footage all over the internet of people booing when these three freaking clan chiefs placed the goddamn ceremonial headdress on the Pope when his ass is there to, quote, apologize to y'all for what he did to y'all motherfucking people, them, y'all children. And y'all gonna put a hit. Why? Because he came to say, I'm sorry, oops, my bad. And the boos were so, they were booming. And child, they was like, we got to take this shit up off of him. He can't sit up on the stage. These people are tearing this shit down. All those videos are gone. But baby, right after they pulled that headdress off of him, she stood up. There were hundreds of people out there. You couldn't tell. But it was in an arbor. It was in a traditional native arbor where they held this ceremony. So there are some aerial shots where you can see that it's an arbor, like where people have like traditional like powwow or ceremony or whatever. And so there was a gang of people out there, hundreds of people out there. And as soon as it got quiet after they took that head, she didn't even give him an opportunity to speak. He had not even opened his mouth yet. Baby, she got right up, sang her song, and then made her declaration on behalf of the mothers. We don't recognize your authority here. We don't recognize your law. We don't recognize your authority. I speak on behalf of my mothers and my mother's mothers. The only law we recognize here is the law of the land and the law handed down by our sacred mothers. That's it. And turned her back on him so he could face a goddamn black ass crow. That shit enlivened my motherfucking spirit, baby. She did that. Her name is Sipiko. So Sipihko. If you want to YouTube. But like I said, I put like 3 links in the description box below. But honey, she said they did an interview with her, and she said, I was kind of nervous, and you could see her kind of shaking when she first started singing. She said, I was kind of nervous, but once I opened she said, I just knew I had to say something. Nobody was going to say nothing. I could feel it. She said, I just knew I had to say something. He had to know. He had to know. She's being interviewed. She said he had to know. And she said, once I opened my mouth, she said, I knew I was not by myself. She said, I knew I was not by myself, and I had to do it. He had to know. And she said, when I turned my back on it, because she was standing there singing with a fist raised. You see how they conveniently cut that part? You know, they cut. I was like, what the fuck? They cut the goddamn camera. They sliced the camera shit off so you couldn't see she was raising the goddamn fist the whole time she was singing. You feel me? And baby, that is how every woman must be. Make these motherfuckers uncomfortable everywhere they at. They're accustomed to us being, quote, quiet or saying our piece behind closed doors with each other. You feel me? She's like, if I was gonna be out there by myself, you see, didn't nobody join her? All the men out there. But guess what? After the fact, the people were interviewing other people. They were like, I felt her so deep. I was there when it happened. Bitch, why you didn't sing with her? Why you left her there by herself? You feel me? I felt everything she said. All the men talking about, damn, that was the most radical display. And everybody agreed with her. Why y'all didn't start singing with her? That's y'all traditional Cree song. That's y'all shit. But y'all left her right there by herself. No, not the hundreds of people join in with her. No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. She was like, fuck it. My mothers are here. Y'all ain't got no smoke for the Pope. That's why he could just go around doing the goddamn redemption sword saying, oops, my bad. I'm sorry. Oops, my bad. This is what we intend to resolve the impact of this tragic loss of 3,300 of your babies for the last 100 years. This is how we intend to repair this shit. Not that. Oops, my bad. That's so terrible. This nigga even had the nerve to say that these atrocities that happen to your children in residential schools ordained by us. These individual priests and nuns, they were behaving against the gospels of Jesus Christ. This is not characteristic of how we behave in the institution known as the Roman Catholic Church. He had the nerve to say that. Mm-hmm. Don't you hear a lot of Christians say that? Well, yeah, the pioneers did come over here and kill all them Indians, but they wasn't being like Jesus, even though they was Christians. The Christians who came over here and started the 13 colonies, yeah, they was killing Indians and stuff, but they wasn't acting like Jesus. But they Christians. Yeah, no action whatsoever. You feel me? And so this woman got up there. She was like, fuck what you heard. If I got to be up here by myself, bitch, he gonna know. He gonna know that there was at least one loud voice of opposition to his motherfucking presence on my people. Shit, what you doing here? She said, we don't recognize no authority but that which is of the land and our mothers. What you here for? You ain't came with no money? You ain't came with no fucking deeds to the land? Bitch, what you here for? What you here for? Your ass ain't came with no motherfucking reparations, bitch. What you here for? The fuck you got on your head? You feel me? So, honey, so Supiko, I'm telling you, when I was doing I did like several lives about this woman because I was like, y'all need to be speaking this woman's name. Y'all need to be saying her name in conspiracies of protection, in conspiracies of abundance and thriving, in conspiracies of adulation. Because she sat right out there and faced off with the goddamn figurehead of patriarchy itself and did not flinch and held up a fist. She did that. She made her mothers proud that day, baby. She did that. And I was like, y'all need to be covering this woman. You need to be covering her because even if y'all don't recognize the power of what she did on that day, that motherfucker sitting on that goddamn stage damn well did. He damn well did. Oh, that was so powerful. And then I was getting to the whole thing about St. Augustine, and this current pope and the pope he fashioned himself after. They were both Augustinians. Augustine, the main takeaway that I was trying to get to, and I don't know how I got off that. Child, he was. Oh, that's how I got on because I was talking about the other Negro, the what you call it, the Dark Night of the Soul dude, and the origin of where you get the concept of spiritual retreat from. He was a doctor of the church, and Augustine was a doctor of the church. So there's a significant amount of the church doctrine that came from St. Augustine, right? And so St. Augustine, now he had a lot of contributions to the church, but the one I did not know about that was striking. They say what he was actually, one of the things he was most well known for was this concept. Girl, cut it out, heifer. Cut it out. Move from over there. You doing too much. And you doing too much on purpose. Not about your life. they say one of the things that he is most well known for is a concept called just war, just war theory. Just war theory. The just war theory. Okay. The components of the just war theory coming from the Catholic Church, coming from a pope on what constitutes a just war. Okay? 3 components of a just war. One directional just war. Because this don't apply to everybody. It only applies to people that hold the most proximity to Catholicism. Who is that at the time? White Europeans. That's it. Everybody else in the world was considered infidels by the same pope, by the same institution. At that time, everybody who was non-white and non-Christian was considered an infidel. So this is only applying to the Catholic Church, according to St. Augustine, which became one of the primary tenets of the Catholic Church, the just war theory. Child, tenet number 1 is what constitutes the right to go to war. 2, the right to conduct war. You initiate to conduct war. And 3, the morality of post-war settlements and reconstruction. The morality of post-war settlements and reconstruction. And these 2 popes, Leo the 13th and Leo the 14th, are Augustinians. They Augustinians. You understand? They Augustinians. And what is said right there on St. Augustine's wiki is the thing he is most well known for is his contribution of just war theory. That didn't come from a government. That didn't come from a king or a queen or the nobility. That declaration came from the fucking church. That came from the church. Now let me paraphrase, because they say these are the tenets: the right to go to war, the right to conduct war, and the morality of post-war settlement and reconstruction. Let me paraphrase: white people's rights to go to war, white Catholics' rights to conduct war, and white Catholics' interpretation of the morality of post-war settlements and reconstruction. That's what Augustine is most well known for. Not the only thing, but that's what he's most. That's what they said. That ain't my opinion. That's what they said on the website. That's what he was most well known for. Is just war theory, the justness of war. And I just told you, they say there ain't but 2,800 practicing Augustinians on earth, and your Pope is one of them. Your light-skinned, white-skinned Negro adjacent Pope is one of them. Yep. Oh, and the reason I got on him in the first place was because I saw an article today. What's the article? Hold on, let me see if I can share it. Because everybody in their feelings. I don't know if anybody has heard anything about his inaugural speech. Oh, but it's got everybody hot on the collar right now. But if a bitch had, let me just say this. What y'all need to be doing is going back, maybe not this past, was it this past summer? Damn. This past summer, as well as the year that Biden got elected. So that was 2020, November 2020, that Biden got elected. So that year, around them months. And then fast forward to the end of Biden's candidacy over the summer, when Trump announced he was running again, and then they were going to run Kamala. You feel me? So like June, July-ish. And I talked about this, but I talked about it a lot when Biden got elected. when Biden was getting elected. That summer before he got elected, I was talking about it a lot. And then even after he got elected, I was talking about it a lot. How y'all think a motherfucker who is a devout Catholic is not going to impact your life? How you think a Supreme Court that is for the first time in the history of the institution predominantly practicing Catholics with a Chief Justice who is an honorary Jesuit, how it's not going to impact your goddamn life, and how this is a part of a process, this is a part of a strategy that is going to have a long-term impact on your motherfucking life that's not going to end with Biden. Didn't I say that? I said that 148 cabinet members acting 148 cabinet members, both on the Senate and the House of Representatives, that are devout goddamn Catholics, and you don't think that it is not about to have an extraordinary impact on your political life, on your daily life, on your economic life. Y'all play too goddamn much and you don't listen. I kept saying that shit. This shit is a part of a strategy. This is not some inconsequential event. This shit is a part of an organized goddamn strategy. The first thing Trump did when he got elected, not two weeks after he after his inauguration thing, right? He was there was a video of him speaking to some organization, talking about one of his immediate acts is going to be to establish an organization inside the government that is going to defend Christian values and also monitor any anti-Christian hate speech. He said that in January, that he was going to create a whole department that was going to target, damn, that's weird ass shit. Oh, there you go. That was going to quote target any anti-Christian hate speech. That's what he said. Do you think this is separate from what has just happened? Do you think that them putting into electing not only for the first time in 800 years an English speaking a pope from an English speaking country, this is the first time in 800 years there has been a pope from an English speaking country, and there has never been a pope from the United States of America, and he Negro adjacent by proxy from America, from Chicago. And y'all think this shit is just unrelated. And then the first declaration that he makes at his inaugural speech, what was it, on Sunday the 18th? What's today, 20? On the 18th? Guess what his inaugural speech consisted of? First thing out the gate. Get out of here. First thing out the gate. What did he say? Hold on, let me pull up this article real quick. I pulled it out for y'all. The link is also there's a couple of them. There's a couple of articles. This is a good one. This is a good one. I ain't gonna read the whole thing, but okay. Okay. Oh, this is so weird that this thing won't let you scroll while you're in. So dumb. Okay, so let's see. All right. There's got to be. Oh, you know what? Let me do it like this. Hold on. Let's see. Let me. No, I can't do it that way. Okay, so I'll let you see the title first. Catholic Church to excommunicate. This article just came out on the 7th. Catholic Church to excommunicate priest for following U.S. state law. This is in, I think, Oregon. I think it's in either Oregon or Washington. Hold on. So how can I do this? This is so weird. There's got to be a better way to do this. Yeah, so we're just gonna, and yeah, like I said, the link is in the description. Oh. Hopefully, y'all can hear me even as my feed is slow. It says the Catholic Church has issued a warning to its clergy in Washington. Yes, so it's Washington, in Washington State. Any priest who complies with a new law requiring the reporting of child abuse confessions to authorities will be excommunicated. Do you hear me? The new law, which will take effect on July 27, eliminates the long-standing confidentiality of the confessional, forcing Catholic leaders and lawmakers into a highly charged standoff over religious liberty and child protection. However, the Archdiocese of Seattle and several bishops argue that the law not only contravenes church doctrine, but crosses constitutional lines, while supporters maintain that it is a crucial step to protect minors from abuse. Newsweek contacted the Archdiocese of Seattle and Washington Governor Bob Ferguson and the 3 Democratic state senators who sponsored the bill for comment via email and online inquiry. Do you hear what the fuck I'm telling you? That any priest who complies with this law will be excommunicated. If you tell, say, a predator or a child for that matter, comes into the confessional booth and confesses that I've either hurt people or I've been hurt by people, and the law is now requiring them to fulfill anything that happens within the quote confidence of the confessional, you will be excommunicated from the church. Do you hear what I just said? That article just came out on the 7th. Okay, hold on. I got another one for you. Is it still open? Hold on, let's see. No, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Ooh, I wanted to share this with you too, but it's late, and I knew I was not going to be disciplined. Here it is, 3 hours later. I did want to share that one with y'all. It was good. Anyway, so there was another one. I guess I closed it, but there was another article. It was a reaction article because apparently it ain't caught on heavy yet, but it's about to. It's about to be a problem this week. So the new Pope does his and reaffirming the Catholic Church's hard line support of the dignity of unborn children. And somebody mentioned it. I knew I had it written down somewhere. Somebody mentioned it earlier. And a revisitation on the Rerum Novarum of 1891. And the re-evangelizing of the world. Those were his key components of his first inaugural address. There is no union that exists that can be considered a legitimate union of marriage unless it is man and woman. A rigid support of the dignity of unborn children, and the Rerum Novarum of 1891. Now, the reason that this is interesting is on the same day, this Negro adjacent Pope of yours, this Haitian revolutionary spirit, Negro adjacent, possibly maybe Pope of yours, on the same day that he made this inaugural speech, guess what happened right here in California? It's all over the news right now. This 25-year-old white child drove a car bomb into a fertility clinic. This happened on the same day that he made this declaration. about the dignity of unborn children. But guess what's interesting is all the initial reports, yes, in Palm Springs, all the initial reporters were saying it was a terrorist attack. And I'm telling y'all got to be mindful of this sleight of hand language the media be using. This sleight of hand, sly ass, slick the fuck out the mouth language these diabolical bastards be using, fronting as objective media. Because they kept saying something. I was like, what the fuck that mean? I ain't never heard of that. I was like, I ain't never heard of that. What the fuck they talking about? Where they say that at? It was where they say that shit at? What was they calling it? Oh, yeah, they was calling it when they were talking about the bomber, and they're investigating this as a terrorist attack, and the vehicle explosion was at a fertility clinic, and they said that this was considered an anti-pro-life demonstration against procreation. I said, huh? I said, wait a minute, say that again. Anti-pro-life demonstration against procreation? I said, huh? When I tell you, I'm not even being funny. I was literally puzzled. I was like, what they mean anti-pro-life? I ain't never even heard of that. Huh? Wait, did they mean to say anti-pro-choice? Is that what they meant? Anti-pro-life? In all the years of all the clinic bombings, of all the fucking terroristic acts by goddamn hardcore evangelical zealots bombing abortion clinics and all of that shit, you ain't never heard of no, quote, pro-choice person doing that. So I was confused. But then it said pro-life. I was like, wait, pro-life? So he's anti-pro-life? Why would he bomb a fertility clinic then? Well, I'm confused. I'm telling you, I sat here and puzzled over that shit for a hot minute. I was like, what the fuck kind of turn of language shit is this? What they trying to do? Because everybody kept saying, every news broadcast I saw kept saying anti-pro-life. Huh? Wait, so you mean a pro-choice person did this? And if they did this, okay, so they against pro-life. I was puzzled. I'll be honest. And I think I'm pretty sharp. So I was like, what is it they fucking trying to communicate? What is y'all talking about over here? Okay. So anyway, so I'm combing through these videos because I'm puzzled. You color me confused because I don't know what the fuck they talking about. First of all, the kid is 25 years old. The child was 25 years old. Okay. And loaded up his truck with some homemade explosives, drove it into a fertility clinic, an IVF clinic. You feel me? And like they say that the explosion, like there was no, quote, deliberate explosion of that magnitude in the history of California. Like it was huge what this kid was able to do, right? Red flag number one. Red flag number two, manifesto. Every time I hear manifesto, child, that shit is suspect. Everybody just got manifesto. Everybody just be writing manifestos. Every time I hear the word manifesto, I think police shit. I'm sorry. Everybody ain't out here writing manifestos, bitch. Why that's y'all default? Every time you turn around, some nigga write, like what's the guy name? Luigi Mangione. He just happened to have a goddamn manifesto in his goddamn book bag while he eating at the McDonald's. Y'all do too much. Why? Remember the brother who was a sheriff? First he was in the military, and then he was a sheriff. The black dude, Corey something. I think his name started with a C. And remember, something happened, and some of the people in the police department was like on some suspect shit, and he was like, damn, they on some suspect shit, and then they turned against him and started targeting him. Darden, that was his name. Yeah. And they chased him across the country. You know what I'm saying? He busting shots and they busting shots and this and this and this and this. And then he go down in a hail of bullets. Remember that shit? And they was like, oh, we just conveniently found a manifesto. I'm like, God damn, who the y'all lying? Why y'all lie so much? And the problem is y'all can lie stupid and people still believe that dumbass shit. Y'all can lie stupid. Y'all can lie flimsy. Y'all can lie stupid. Y'all can lie completely unbelievable and people will believe that shit. That shit crazy to me. Everybody just walking around with motherfucking manifestos about how they hate the police, about that, how they hate the state, about whatever the fuck. Luigi Mangione. Get out of city after killing somebody in broad child at the height of business in Manhattan in broad daylight. Get to a whole nother 2 or 3 states. Gonna eat at McDonald's and conveniently just have his whole manifesto in his goddamn book bag for you to just tell y'all point by point why he did what he did. The fuck? So anyway, 25-year-old boy apparently had a motherfucking manifesto. Whatever. You feel me? Then they still saying that dumb ass word. I ain't never heard no shit like that. Anti-pro-life? So you gonna become a terrorist? Child, I was alive. I was living in Birmingham when the biggest of all of those goddamn bombings happened at the goddamn abortion clinic right there down the street from where I live. I remember that shit. It was like a weirdo, zealot ass Christians doing that dumbass shit. Harassing women, harming women and doctors at these goddamn clinics. You ain't never heard of nobody, quote, pro-choice going off and doing that kind of weirdo shit. So when they talk about a dude who is anti-pro-life, I'm like, what that mean? And then they say he bombed a goddamn fertility clinic and they saved all the embryos. You feel? I was like, child, what the fuck am I witnessing right now? On the day this nigga get up on here talking about the sanctity of unborn children and all that. I said, okay, y'all doing too motherfucking much. First of all. Second of all, dig through several videos, they find his daddy. And his daddy said, first of all, my son is not a terrorist. That's what he said. He said, my son is not a terrorist. He said, my son was not anti-pro-life. This is what the daddy said. He said, my son was not anti-pro-life. He said, I don't know why they keep saying, this is what the man said. I don't know why they keep saying that. My son was not anti-pro-life, but my son, he was very outspoken about his position against, quote, test tube babies. He said, the daddy said, my son believed that there was no way for people to truly love children who were, quote, born from test tubes. That's what the man got on the TV and said, y'all. That he was not a terrorist. That he was not anti-life, anti-pro-life. What? He was not anti-life. He said he was specifically against test tube babies, which is still bizarre as fuck. But this language that they were using was what was like fucking me up. Because they could have just said anti-life. Like he's against procreation. Because that's what one of them said. Oh, he just against procreation. Fuck? That don't sound right neither. He just against procreation. He just want people to stop having babies. That don't make no sense. But they prefaced it by saying anti-pro-life. I'm like, suspect. First of all, just the language. Without knowing nothing else about the story, language is suspect. And the fact that every single news outlet that I watched said the exact same words, suspect. Then the daddy said, that's that bullshit. That is not what he said. He said he is against test tube babies. That's why he specifically targeted a fertility clinic. Still equally bizarre, but anytime I see certain things, one, the child was 25. 25. Some don't make no sense. Oh, is that what they said? Healed purposefully? Or is this a conclusion? Because I haven't seen that. Was he a test tube baby? Did you read that somewhere? You hear that somewhere? Like, I need clarity. The way they read is not clear for me. But anyway, just suspect. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Yeah, just suspect. Everything about it was suspect. Everything was, and I was like, how convenient. How convenient that on the day that the new American Pope, in alignment with a fucking huge campaign in this country to regain control of women's reproductive sovereignty, to regain control over women's reproductive sovereignty in all of these different ways, whether it is the perpetration of trad life bullshit, to, doing away with Roe versus Wade, to any myriad, to guilting bitches, any myriad of ways, to doing away with DEI that predominantly attacked women. The predominant number of people who were impacted negatively by DEI were women. These are women who do not have good paying, high paying jobs anymore where they could support a child by themselves or opt out of having children altogether if they wanted to. You feel me? So there's a whole cascade for a long period of time of Catholic zealotry led campaigns through the state, bitch, to regain control of women's reproductive processes. And on the day this motherfucker make his first inaugural campaign, his inaugural speech, he gonna piggyback off what Trump said in his inaugural speech. They about to clamp down on these bitches. That's what he said. That's what he said. I don't know the stats. I don't know the numbers. I don't know how I would find that. Maybe this can be a homework assignment for any of y'all. But I don't know the stats or the numbers, but I would venture a wild guess that the number of people, the majority of people who benefit off gay rights legislation, especially gay marriage, I would wager a bet that it's predominantly women. I would wager a bet that gay marriage, gay rights legislation has predominantly benefited women. I would imagine that if somebody was to do a deep dive on legally married gay couples based on gender, I might be wrong. I accept that there's a possibility that I may be wrong, but I doubt it. I would wager a bet that the majority of people who are legally married as gay couples are women. So here you go again, another avenue to attack the sovereign ability, especially to govern to dictate their reproductive processes, and how even gay rights legislation, if the majority of women who are the majority of gay couples who are legally married are women, is just another sleight of hand ass way to attack and assault women's sovereignty and autonomy, especially as it relates to reproduction. Isn't that what y'all saw in y'all beloved Handmaid's Tale? How they treated the lesbians? Isn't that what happened? There was a whole little special thing about women who were lesbians and how they was being treated and identified in your Handmaid's Tale. So this nigga just got up and like, look, y'all gay people can't be married no more, at least as recognized by the church. Y'all can't be married no more. We going all the way. We walking this abortion bullshit all the way the fuck back to when was his homie? When was his homie's reign? 1878. We walking this shit all the way the fuck back. We walking this shit back. What else he say? And his mentor as an Augustinian is the creator of the just war theory. This motherfucker. You feel me? This motherfucker. And then the last thing I'm gonna leave y'all with, which we always do that because there's so much. There's two things I'm gonna leave you with. One, I want to read this article, at least part of it to you, because it was just so interesting to me. I talked to you guys last Friday about Nero. Remember that? And how he was considered the first Antichrist because he was so opposed to the Jews and the Christians, and he was the one that was playing the harp. He was up on top of the goddamn castle roof playing the harp while Rome was burning to the ground. I don't know why that tickled me so bad, but this nigga was on the roof playing the harp while his empire was burning to the ground. Oh, and he was also the one that was like, I guess, the founder of the Olympics or whatever. But anyway, oh shit, I didn't know that. Bronx Learin, his 666 was used for him. I didn't know that. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. This is the last thing I'm gonna read to y'all, and then we're gonna talk about today. Let's see. Where he at? Here it is. This was interesting. I think I put this in. Yeah, I put this in the link. Let's see. There's got to be an easier way to do this. I don't know. Yeah, there's got to be an easier way to do this. I haven't figured it out yet. All right. Okay. Okay, so this article is basically telling you how terrible Nero was, right? So Nero was the last emperor of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. His reign ended a century-long family rule and led to civil unrest. He's still a fascinating subject of interest today. Known for both opulence and brutality, Nero spent lavishly on palaces and parties. He also executed his mother and persecuted Christians. Oh, shit. This article will discuss his role in the Great Fire of Rome, unusual musical pursuits, and unique political moves. Stay tuned for insight. So the first terrible thing that he did was he murdered his brother. There's got to be an easier way to do this. I do not know why you would not be able to scroll up and down while viewing. So weird to me. But anyway. Okay, he murdered his brother. Okay, cut it out. Ugh. Okay, so Nero's rise to power involved family drama and intrigue. His mother, Agrippina, married to Empress Claudius, who had a son, Britannicus. Agrippina pushed for Nero's adoption, and soon Claudius died mysteriously, paving Nero's path to the throne. Agrippina initially aimed to control Nero, but their relationship soured. She then began supporting Britannicus, who was now old enough to rule. Nero saw this as a threat. It says Nero first tries and fails to poison Britannicus. Not giving up, he worked closely with the poison master to perfect the formula. He finally succeeded in poisoning Britannicus at a dinner, eliminating his rival for good, his brother. Then he murdered his mother. I'm going to do this quick. Then he murdered his mother. This is not cool. Then he murdered it. Y'all just going to have to read this article. This is dumb. This is dumb. Maybe I just don't know how to do it, but there's got to be a way to scroll up and down while you're reading on a live. That shit's stupid to me. Anyway, read that article. It too is in the link below. Now I'm gonna transition. That's a good way to transition. Ready to get the hell up out of here. Okay. So what did I want to say about today? AKA May 20th, AKA the reclamation of what is ours. What I want to say is, even though it seems like I went all over the world, and I kind of did, it's still based in the topic at hand, is the reclamation of what's ours. right? So I was having a conversation with a sister. Now that we were emailing back and forth because she was sending me a whole bunch of stuff about a whole bunch of shit that's happening, right? The thing with Tory Lanez getting stabbed up in the prison, the thing with several other famous people with baby daddy drama that's pretty severe. Like there's just no shortage of crazy shit happening in the world, right? And I was just thinking about that in general, and then thinking about the bigness of the Council of Nicaea, and there's no shortage of Neros and all kinds of diabolical popes and this new pope and what he plotting on in plain sight and all of this other shit, right? It's like it's just too much for us to be trying to like pinpoint individual weirdos who be out here doing that, who be with that bullshit. You feel me? Even though we have seen evidence that our conspiracies work, all of us who participate, like how can we take that evidence, right, of the efficiency of our collective conspiracies and make that shit pop bigger and different? That's why I switched the energy from it's still, I want y'all to hear this. What I'm trying to communicate is still has a bit of a foundation in like righteous rage. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I showed you the video about the indigenous sister. She did so much in that instance. She displayed, first of all, the justness of righteous rage. The justness of righteous rage. That's one thing. Two, she raised up her mothers. She raised up the mothers in the when she was facing off with the quote father. She raised up the mothers while facing off with the fathers. She did so much in that goddamn 2-minute moment. You feel me? So the whole idea of righteous rage, the whole idea of like the justice of the divine justice at the hands of the mothers, and also like the embodying of the spirit, the collective spirit of the fates, the collective spirit of the weavers. That's why I chose the thumbnail. When you look at the thumbnail close, I don't know if there's a way for you to like bring it up big, but it is a beautiful woman who appears to have spider legs. She's sitting and she's obviously weaving the universe, but she appears to have spider legs out of her back, and she's weaving the universe, right? Constructing the universe. But she's doing it with the spider legs on her back too. She's got her front hands doing this thing over here, and she's got her back, little legs, and a little thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's a lot that's going on in that image. She is not just constructing what is in front of her. She is repairing what is behind her. She is a fifth dimensional weaver. She is reshaping and redefining all time is what she's doing. And thinking about what has to happen as a response to the Council of Nicaea, that's the energy that I was on. It was like, if we are the weavers, if we are the fates, womb possessing people who possessed wombs when they were born. So whether you have one now or not is not the issue. People who possessed wombs when they were born, right? We are the weavers. We are the ones with the capacity to define and redefine time, define and redefine language, reconstruct and reshape not only the future, but the past as well. That's why I started out talking about being able to see your past in here. Let me give you the email for the Zelle if you want to make a contribution by Zelle. It's evoemetemp @gmail.com. You can also use that email to make a donation via PayPal. So PayPal and Zelle you can use. I prefer Zelle. PayPal is on my nerves. I'm about ready to X out of that shit. But either one, you can use that email address to make a donation. Thank you so much for that, sis. So, what was I saying? So, when I talk to you on an individual basis about being, y'all do it all the time anyway. You know what I'm saying? When y'all be talking about doing womb work, or when y'all be talking about doing childhood regressions, or if y'all even deeper than that, y'all be talking about doing past life regressions. That is the same thing that I am talking about. So within your individual self, you already know how past life regressions and past childhood regressions can help your immediate moment right now to go back into the past and know how it can immediately impact your life. Now you just have to see that that applies to the global past. And so when thinking about the Council of Nicaea, when thinking about the reclamation of everything that is ours, what is ours? What do I mean when I say the reclamation of all that is ours? What is ours? Based on the conversations that we've been having the last 2-3 months in particular, but the whole time in general, what is the reclamation of ours? What's ours? What's ours? Somebody tell me. What's ours? Cosmic Gloom, you asked the question, is there a timeline for our reclaiming what's ours by birthright? That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I hear what you're saying. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something bigger than that. You feel me? And the reason I'm saying that is because we've been talking for months now. And I'm like, damn. When I tell y'all, I think I told y'all on Friday, when I tell y'all that there is no story that you read, no story you've ever been told, no fairy tale you've ever read, no movie you've ever seen, no song you ever heard, there is literally nothing that exists that at some point in its history, that at some point in its life, that its origin is not the mother. And it's like the more you see, the more you learn, the more you know. Like this, they weren't even creative about the death child. They weren't even required to be creative about how they were stealing from the mother. They was like, damn, we'll just take this shit verbatim, word for word for word for word for word, and then just put everywhere where it say she or her, we'll just put he. Like they didn't change a word. Like the greatest act of plagiarism, not just in Christianity and all these goddamn religions, Judaism, fucking Islam, Kemetic spiritual traditions, Ifa. I'm like, that is everywhere where these niggas was just stealing the mother's archetype outright, superimposing it on them. They didn't even change no shit. Remember the conversation we was having on Friday about the double-edged axe? And how the first person I thought of when I thought about the double-edged axe was Shango. Like, damn, Shango stole the shit. Shango stole the shit. And didn't change nothing because Shango's ceremonial colors are red and white. And what did I tell you? Everywhere in the ancient world, the labors, the double-edged axe was used exclusively by priestesses in worship to the goddess. Everywhere where the double-edged axe showed up, everywhere where the labors showed up, exclusively used by females, exclusively used by priestesses in honor and ceremony to the goddess. Everywhere. And then as soon as males started taking over, they was like, oh, we like this axe. We're going to start slicing niggas with it. We're gonna start killing bitches with it. And then that wasn't enough. So they had to take the double-edged axe and superimpose it on the new heroes. Shango, Thor, and the list goes on and on. And they didn't even change the colors because everywhere in every society where you saw the double-edged axe or the labors, right? The color of the deity being worshipped was red and white. What did I tell y'all last week the red and white stood for? The magical excretions of the goddess. Vaginal blood, moon blood, and milk for the white. Red and white, everywhere, was about the magical secretions of the goddess's body. The moon blood, the birth blood, and the milk of heaven. Men take it over, don't even change the color. Now we gonna say it's war blood. It's blood. Every life we take with this X, that's the red, and the white is for the super prowess of our semen and shit. You feel me? They don't change. They don't even have enough creative spirit to change the text a little bit. Just switch it up a little bit or something. Nope. So when I talk about the reclamation of what is ours, I mean everything we see belongs to us. That's my personal opinion. And if we're going to be talking about staging a contest with something like the Council of Nicaea, or because it can't just be the Council of Nicaea. The Council of Nicaea, the Roman Catholic Church was informed by something. It was informed by Judaism before it. It was informed by Babylon and Sumeria before it. You understand? Like, the Roman Catholic Church is the apex of patriarchy, but it's not the origin of patriarchy. And so how do you change time? How do you redefine time? This can be a pinpoint, a bookmarker for substantial events in human history that have had horrendous impact on human beings. That's fine. That's why I talked about the Malleus Maleficarum. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Right, goddamn. As a matter of fact, let me find something to throw with y'all. Malleus Maleficarum was responsible for the murder of scores of thousands of women. Scores of thousands of women. It didn't end within the borders of Europe. The goddamn Malleus Maleficarum came with the goddamn conquistadors. It came with the goddamn, what you call them? The Puritans. The essence of the Malleus Maleficarum came across the waters and spilled out like holy hell on colored people everywhere. You feel me? That can be a bookmarker. 1518 and Martin Luther's nailing of his 95 thesis on the German Catholic Church to kick off the Protestant Reformation of the church had long-standing, unending, gruesome impacts on the lives of colonized and enslaved people. Protestantism was just as gruesome as Catholicism when spilling out across the water. That's a bullet point. That's a bookmarker in history for institutions that have had extraordinarily, unfathomably brutal impact on the lives of human beings. Okay, that's a bookmarker. It's not the origin, and it's damn sure it's not the starting point. So when I was talking to y'all last week, yes, gay they us, we the tree. When I was talking about that moment, sitting up in here for 15 goddamn hours a day making these books, my live feed is about to end on Instagram in like 20 seconds. So after it goes off, I'll reopen it. But I encourage you to come over to my YouTube channel, which is Daughter of the Fates. Okay. But when I talked to y'all last week about, let me just do this now. Shit. I'm about to get the hell up off here. I'm tired. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. What you want? No, I don't want to hear it, girl. You know my nerves with that shit. No, about your life. Okay. Okay. When I was talking last week about when I was up in here rewatching the whole goddamn Discovery of Witches, trying to finish up this book order. And when she is in her lesson with the witches I think she's in the 16th century, and she's learning as a weaver. What is she? She's a time weaver, right? And she's learning how to take the different elemental threads to knot them to create spells, right? And she does this first weave, and let me go lock these bitches out because they pissing me the fuck off right now. Hold on, let me go lock them out right now. Ugh. And she is oh, they get on my nerves, that shit. This red and white thing we're gonna have to get into too. This theft of the red and white by male deities, it's everywhere. I was like, damn, this shit is so deep. We're gonna have to get into this shit, but another day. But anyway, so she looks up after she completes the weave, and she is looking into the universe. She is the tree. You see her body as the trunk of the tree. Didn't I just teach y'all this about a month ago when I was talking about the 5 elements? And when I was talking about how we've been taught the family tree upside down, right? Remember that? When I was like, damn, this whole time we've been viewing the family tree upside down. I wonder if they teach us that shit backwards deliberately. Because our ancestors, figuratively and according to traditional Chinese medicine, our ancestors would be in the ground. And we, as an individual, would emanate from them. In our present time would be our trunk. The present quality of our life would be us as the trunk. The moment that the little seedling pops through the earth, what did I tell you the horizon was? The horizon is your heart chakra. The horizon is the crossroads of your heart between the earth and heaven. That place where you look and you see the line that separates heaven and earth, that's your heart chakra. That's the moment you are born. That's the moment that you go from the unseen realm, the underworld, right, where your ancestors at, to the seen realm, born into this life with this peculiar destiny. That's the moment that the little seedling breaks the surface of the ground. You feel me? And then you, with your healthy self, is the health of the trunk. And then the branches and the leaves are all of the potential possibilities of your future. That's your progeny, that's your potential offspring, that's all the events in your life. This is the bloom. This is the leaves and the branches. We the tree. We the tree that connects heaven and earth. That's not a metaphysical statement. That is a literal material world experience. And we've been looking at our quote family tree with all the ancestors and everything up in the leaves and shit. And if we had been taught the family tree correctly, based on Chinese medicine or based on philosophy or whatever, then your ancestors would be in the rich, dark soil underworld. And the quality of the underworld would determine the quality of your future in your life and your progeny. And you, as the tree, the trunk of the tree is the present, and the bloom is all the possibilities of the endless, numerous possibilities of your future. And this girl in this goddamn movie is looking into the entire universe, because heaven isn't just out the foot there somewhere. Heaven is where your eyes perceive the separation between earth and heaven. That's where heaven, everything above what you can see on the ground, is heaven. You understand what I'm saying? And so if we can look at the world that way, we people born with uteruses, you understand? Primarily, or not primarily, yeah, primarily. But everybody is a representation of the tree. Okay? Everybody is a representation of the tree. But the governesses of the tree are those who were born with uteruses. And you can have a problem with that. That is not a statement of antagonism towards those who did not arrive in this particular life with a womb. But you had a womb at one point. You had a womb at one point. I can guarantee you that. I have clear, vivid memories of my life as a male. I do. Clear, like can feel in my body, clear, vivid memories of my life as a man. I was born a man many times. I lived as a man many times. Many times. Can you understand what I'm saying? This time, I was blessed to be born with a uterus. My male past lives blessed me with the ability to navigate the world with the boundlessness of being a man, with the safety, with the audacity that is afforded men. I mean, I have a bang. So anyway, that's a discussion for another day. What I am saying is that those of us who were fortunate enough to be born with uteruses at this most pivotal time in human history have a very peculiar ability to change time. And what that requires is those who were not born in this life with uteruses. What did we say last week about the yin and the yang? Ooh, what did she say? The yin. Child, I don't even want to misquote it because it was so epic. The yin. Because even people born as males, child, even people who were born as males, you understand, are still one with the mother. Are still one with the mother. This personification, this incarnation, their relationship with the mother, within the mother, is what? It said, shoot, where is that at? Here it is. In this relationship, the yin remains inside the body to act as a guard for her son, for the yang. You feel me? The yin remains inside to act as a guard for the yang. And in exchange, the yang stays outside the body, the surface of the body, to act as a servant for the yin. The yin, the mother guards the son. What is that? The yin guards the son, nurtures the son, generates the son. The mother guards the son. And in exchange, the son serves the yin. This is the relationship of your body. Your yin organs are served, protected, supported by the outside. Do you understand? And based on that relationship, while the yin organs are inside, they do all that is necessary to support and maintain the outside. Another way that they describe this relationship between yin and yang, mother and son, is the yin gives birth to, the yin generates yang, and in exchange, the yang invigorates the yin. Do you understand? Invigorates the yin. So those people born male, let me just put it this way, people who do not incarnate, who have not incarnated in this incarnation with uteruses. Let me put it that way. People who have not incarnated with uteruses, that's their role. That's their role in this moment. And it's an important role because when you see the harmony of yin and yang, the yin is not bigger than the yang. This is divine harmony right here. The yin is not bigger than the yang. They are one. This is a singular entity with dual personifications, right? And this dual persona, each serves the other to maintain harmony, right? The yin doesn't lord over. Her function is different. His function is different. She generates and gives birth to, and in exchange, he invigorates and gives life to. Gives life to, doesn't generate, doesn't create, gives life to. And when I mean life, I mean energy, what we call chi, what we call yang. That's what I'm talking about. You feel me? And so we have to see ourselves as a representation of the yin and yang, which we are. We all are a personification of the yin and yang. And that personification displays itself differently. Stereotypically and biologically, people born female produce more estrogen than testosterone, and this is that female version of harmony, right? And then with males, they produce more testosterone than estrogen, and this is their version of male harmony. You feel me? So we have to start seeing the world as spiritual scientists. You feel me? Because otherwise we'll stay coming to dumbass conclusions about what we're experiencing in the world and what is going to change the world because of some shit that's been told to us in the absence of a holistic understanding of the world and an absence of the holistic understanding of the world. That's why I have to be going on diatribes about knowing the essence of what it is you say you believe. All these motherfuckers talking about goddamn dark night of the soul and it's your Catholicism. You ain't even know your ass was Catholic, and you talking about you're an enlightened spiritual being waiting to ascend to the 5D, but I have to deal with my shadow work through the dark night of the soul to get there. Meanwhile, your ass is a Catholic and didn't even know it. Ain't that about a bitch? Your ass be going on goddamn spiritual retreats 4 times a year to undo your childhood trauma. Little did you know your ass is a motherfucking Catholic. Because wouldn't nobody be talking about no goddamn spiritual retreats without no goddamn Catholic monk having created the whole concept. That's what I mean when I say the state done invaded everything you think you believe. That's why we have to trust our flesh. Whatever the Catholic Church say, I'm taking the opposite position on GP. For those who don't know what GP is, general principle. Whatever the Catholic Church saying, I'm automatically taking the opposite position. Whatever Judaism say, I'm automatically taking an opposite position. Whatever Islam say, I'm automatically taking the opposite position. Truth be told, whatever is not pre-patriarchal Hinduism, I am taking an opposing position. Whatever Buddhism say, I'm taking an opposing position. Whatever Satanism say, I'm taking an opposing position because that's just some sleight of hands ass, patriarchal bullshitting ass shit. If you had me tell it, I'm convinced. If I go back far enough, I will tell you the Catholic origins of Satanism. I'm convinced. Wicca, what was that nigga name? What was his name? What was his name? What was the British dude name who was the founder of Wicca? I guarantee you, I can go back far enough in this nigga history and tell you the Christian Gardner. Thank you. The Christian origin of Wicca. If a man run that shit, if a man invented that shit, I can just tell you, I'm taking the opposing position. When I tell you, people be mad at me. It's okay that people be mad at me. That anything that comes out of a man's mouth, I done told you, I'm gonna tell you a million times. As a matter of fact, it's gonna be a tenant. Once I get this goddamn website built, it's gonna be a tenant. If a man is trying to teach anything to anybody, and it is not prefaced with according to female mentor so and so, according to great cosmic mother so and so, according to the goddesses of my ancestors, if according to nigga somebody taught you, according to my mama who gave birth to me, I ain't trying to hear shit y'all trying to say. When I tell you not a motherfucking word, I ain't trying to hear shit. I don't care who you are. I'm not trying to hear nothing that come out your mouth because you stole it from some woman. That's my personal position. Einstein stole everything he knew from his wife who died nameless. Fuck him. Fuck him. You feel me? That's what I'm on right now. That's what I'm on. And if some man somewhere in the world happen to know more than me, that's fine. Guess what's going to happen? The only way I am going to pay attention to anything that nigga got to say is if he makes the commitment through the mother to, quote, transfer his skills and knowledge to some group of women. That's the only. I ain't trying to be seen. I ain't trying to showboat. I ain't trying to pontificate. I ain't trying to show off what I know. What I'm trying to do to honor my mother, the goddess, is I'm trying to hand off these skills to these sisters. How I need to do that. Just like that. Women got to stop listening to men. I got too many people, good, awesome women, who be coming up in my motherfucking email, emailing me some shit some nigga said. I'm not trying to hear it. When I tell you I'm not trying to hear it, I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not trying to hear it. Not only am I not trying to hear it, I'm not trying to participate in it. I've had too many women recently, as a matter of fact, come up in my email talking about you need to be on an interview with brother so. No, the fuck I absolutely do not. No, I don't. No, the fuck I don't. Nope. And I have enough lived experience that I can say that shit confidently. I have enough reverence that I have paid to some man in some position of power who, no matter what the fuck he done learned, no matter what the fuck he done pontificated, no matter what the fuck he done said behind closed doors, he still ain't shit. And it's okay to have flaws. So that ain't what I'm saying. There's a difference between having flaws and not being worth shit. Them two different things. Because we all got flaws. I got flaws. You feel me? But the thing is I recognize, and as often as I can, I'll be up on here. What y'all call it? What y'all call it when y'all go in the goddamn? I'll be making confessionals on this bitch. I'll be making y'all my priest. I'll be making this shit my confessional box and shit up on here. You feel me? I'm not flawless. I'm not flawless. I probably tell y'all too motherfucking much, truth be told. I probably be admitting too much. However, I be up in here doing that not for no other reason than to demonstrate in real time that epiphany is always occurring. 1. 2, our flaws are undone not just by what we say out of our mouth. It is the practical application of that which we say we believe. This is the only way to undo patriarchy in our consciousness, misogyny in our fucking flesh. You feel me? White supremacy in our thinking and our conditioning. It is the practical application of the acquisition of knowledge. It's one thing you can acquire a whole bunch of information. You can acquire a whole bunch of knowledge. Hitler was brilliant based on what he knew, but the practical application of his brilliance, the practical application of his knowledge did not make him benevolent. It made him a fucking incredibly efficient tyrant. That's what it did. So what the fuck what the fuck you acquire in terms of knowledge don't mean a motherfucking thing. And this is the evidence, child. Organization after organization, spiritual space after spiritual space. All these fucking places led by men who know all this great shit and diabolical as the day is long. Noble narcissists. Champions in the outside world and diabolical motherfuckers on. That's why y'all get caught up with the serial killer shit. They are the quintessential replica of noble narcissism. What do they always say about serial killers? I can't even believe this. He was such a nice guy. He did so much work in the community. Isn't that they cover? They have all the examples in the world with which to execute this shit. You hear it all the time. Serial killers, mass murderers, motherfucking Jim Joneses. You name them. You name them. Cult leaders. I can't believe. That's the first thing they say. I can't believe it. Why? Where have you been living? What planet have you been living on that you cannot believe it when you hear some unbelievably great guy turns out to be a diabolical motherfucking monster? How is it that at this stage in the game, you have not concluded that the potential for a quote good guy to be a monster is more likely to be a monster than not? That's where the discussion about the motherfucking bear came from. What was it? The 88,000 men in the goddamn chat group in Germany, most of them American, sharing images and footnotes and cliff notes on how to sexually exploit your family members, your daughters, your mothers, your children and shit without them knowing. 88,000 men on a single chat group. Community men, doctors and lawyers and firemen. What was it? Estimated 89 men that oppressed that woman, that French woman, Giselle. What was her name? Giselle. I forget her last name. 75-year-old goddamn woman for 10 years. They've been drugging her for 10 years. Her body is telling her something is wrong, but her brain and then the outside world telling her to not trust her flesh. Her doctor, who was in league with it, telling her, no, maybe you need a psychiatrist, bitch. That's what they told her. Maybe you need a psychiatrist. No, something's wrong with my body, bitch. Ain't nothing wrong with my brain. That's what she said. Something wrong with my body, bitch. Something wrong with my body. But she ain't got no memory. So they like, damn, she's like, damn, maybe I can't trust my body. Maybe I am crazy. Giselle Pellecois. 75 years old. 89 men, but they could only file charges on, what was it, 52. Chat, please. So I don't give a fuck. That's where I'm at right now. And I don't hate men. I think that's most women's freaking hang up. I think that's most women's fucking problem. Is that most women still love men. Just want y'all to be better. Just want y'all to do better. Just want y'all to act right. Just want y'all to be human beings. Just want y'all to act as if you came from a body of a woman. To treat women like you treat your mama. In general. Just on GP. Like, bitch, you have a woman to thank for your existence. Like, just on general principle, can you just treat women well? Whether you have access to their vaginas or not. Like, that's the condition for which you behave. That ain't your natural way. That ain't your natural way. You just know how to behave in order to gain access to a vagina that you think might respond to your little shit, your little play, your little performance. That shit is crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. The number of men out here complaining about how women do this and don't do that and don't give men no affection. Like, bitch, y'all lying. Y'all lying. Y'all is lying. Y'all lying. What y'all talking about is motherfucking make-believe. Y'all need to get off this motherfucking computer is what y'all need to do. Because y'all lying. The great majority of women on earth still like men, still at least like them sexually. At least like having sex with men when they act right. With all the extra don't come attached to the ability for a woman to just enjoy sex with another human being. There's so much bullshit that come with it. Bitches be like, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just go buy these toys. Or whatever. You feel me? So y'all lying. All this bullshit about the male loneliness epidemic. Maybe if y'all got y'all ass off these motherfucking social medias and this bullshit ass, what they call that shit? Incel shit. Because this shit is corrupting y'all brains. Y'all was already fucked up. But at least y'all was manageable. Now y'all off the chart with it. And I'm telling you, everybody that is leading this incel narrative shit, these motherfuckers is the police. What's that dude? Andrew Tate? That nigga is obviously the police. Not even like, ooh, kind of, sort of, maybe I get. That nigga is police. And this who y'all following? Not only is he police, he is not attractive. He's not not physically, not visually. And then he's a moron on top of it. This is who y'all hate. Ooh, child, y'all got problems. Y'all really got problems. Y'all need help. And it ain't women's jobs to help y'all ass. That ain't our job. So y'all keep on going on here with this Motherfucking male loneliness, male lonely. Who came up with that? Who said that? I want to know who coined them words together. Male loneliness epidemic. The hell you say? Child, if y'all don't cut it out, this shit is like grand comedy. It's like who is behind this shit? All this dumbass shit. Who is behind it? I want to know who the architect for this shit is. Maybe that nigga name is the name who need to be going in the pot the next time. Cause this shit is a lot. 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 I don't know how the fuck I got up on that. How did I get up on that? Y'all laughing at me. Y'all ain't no help. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all gotta stop, man. And so your default when you don't have healthy relationships with women, male loneliness epidemic, self-isolation, your motherfucking ass gaming for 12 hours a day and you can't figure out why you lonely. And so when you don't have healthy relationships with women, and I'm talking about in any way, friendships, social life, you know, you don't go out on dates, you don't tailor, you don't evolve, you don't do any kind of introspection about character flaws that you may have because we all have them in your mind. Your ass is perfect. And so you perfect. And there ain't no explanation why your ass can't get a date. That is a sickness. If you can't get a date, if you can't, you incarnate in the world with a penis where everything yields to you by default and your ass can't get a date, bitch. And you ain't did a single ounce of inflection to say, damn, if the world yields to me just by default because I got a penis, then why can't I get a date? Because you done see, it ain't even about your looks most time. Because most women are just like, damn, that's a good ass dude. You know, he ain't the greatest thing to look at, but damn, I like his company. Most women are very liberal about what they are attracted to, contrary to popular belief. Most women are very, 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 very liberal about what they are attracted to in men. So if your ass incarnated with a penis, bitch, and you are of dating age, you 18 to however, and your ass can't get a date, what's the woman name? Sprinkle. What's the sprinkle girl name? She said, what she said. That shit tickled. She crazy to me, but this time she said it tickled me so bad. She said, she said, "Look, don't trust no white boy who ain't got no money." That shit tickled me so. Oh, that tickled me so. She said, "If you are white and male and your ass ain't got no money." Oh, God damn, that took me so bad. She said, if your ass is white and male and you ain't got no money, something is wrong. She said, something is wrong with you. She said, where was your motherfucking ancestors when they was robbing everybody? Where was your ancestors when white people was robbing everybody? Like where your ancestors was when the money, when all the resources was just being just gobbled up. Where your ancestors was at? Why you ain't got no money? If you white male and you ain't got no money, something is really wrong. She said, don't trust no white man who ain't got no money. She said something's wrong. Oh my God, I must have watched that shit 1,000 times. It tickled me so bad. Cause that's her thing. She always be teaching these sisters how to get themselves a white man. She said, but look, don't be trusting no white man that ain't got no money. I said, girl, Oh my God. Thank you, Java Watson. Java Watson is my perpetual Sandman. Always bringing the hooks out to drag my ass off stage left. Oh my God. Let's see. Child, listen, okay, but all of that is still related. All of that is still related because at the end of the day, we talking about the reclamation of what is ours. What is ours? Every fucking thing we lay our eyes on. I mean that. I don't hesitate in saying that. I mean 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 that. And in this relationship where mommy and I are one, and males exist on this planet because the mother wills it so, you have a role to play in the reclamation of what is ours. And guess what? History teaches you that if you are on the right side of the question, everything that your heart desires as a male who is one with his mother, everything your heart desires, every need that you have is met. Every need that you have is met when you are one with your mother. But when you sever your ties with your mother, when you split ways with your mother, and what I mean by that is your mistreatment of any one of her daughters splits you away from her. So you may treat your individual mama nice. You may get your individual mama a gift every now and again, bitch. That's not what I'm talking about. A crime against one daughter of the mother is a crime against the mother herself. That's why the world suffers. That's why the world looks the way that it looks. And I will make this adjustment to my statement too. That any woman who incarnated on this planet, any person who incarnated on this planet with a uterus, and you are so hopelessly tied to patriarchally parasitic power, and you do dirt and execute crimes that are the mirror image of malignant males, bitch, you can get it too. I like, because we all have a conscience. Even if we don't have an understanding, we all have a conscience. We all know inherently right from wrong. That's why little bitty babies at 1, 2, 3 years old, when they start doing something they ain't got no business, they'll look around. 2 years old, they'll look around and make sure nobody watching to touch what somebody done told them before they can't touch. We know early right and wrong. We do. Every last one of us. We know early right and wrong. And so when I hear horror stories, gruesome stories about women behaving like parasitic males, like patriarchally brainwashed parasitic males in their crimes and aggressions against children and women, I ain't talking about y'all. When I talk about the mother, when I talk about weavers, when I talk about weavers of fate, when I talk about the fates, when I talk about human destiny and creating a new world, I am not talking about y'all. So I'm gonna be honest. There are some people that cannot. What you say? I said something before. I don't think there are any lost causes. I lied. There are lost causes. I lied. Now, where crimes that don't involve harm to humans, there are no lost causes. Motherfuckers who do diabolically monstrous shit to other human beings, those are lost causes. They need to serve. The only function that they can serve in our world is as plant food. As food for the vultures. As food for the maggots. I'm just giving it to y'all blood raw. Because y'all will not have me out here talking about some woman who done did something terrible to her children, or some woman who done did something terrible to some other woman because she was dick jocking or some shit. Nope. I done heard horror stories. It caused me to have to reel back a lot of shit. Everybody ain't redeemable. I done heard horror stories. Everybody ain't redeemable. Everybody is not redeemable. And so everybody ain't redeemable. Patriarchy could not survive without the support of women. Now, most of us are just conditioned supporters and upholders of patriarchy. We still don't do dirt. We still don't do grimy ass terrible shit, even though we brainwashed to some bullshit. You feel me? Brainwashed to Islam, or brainwashed to Judaism, or brainwashed. I'll be honest. Since this bullshit jumped off in the Middle East a couple years ago, last year, I have seen the most gruesome behavior by women. Yep. I have seen the most gruesome displays by women, Israeli women. I have heard some of the most sinister and diabolical, open and haughty declarations by women who are abused and imprisoned by their own men, but will jump both feet first into white supremacy and patriarchy. I'm telling you, the most monstrous shit coming out of the mouths of oppressed women. And I can say that because I haven't been in Jewish houses in this goddamn city. When I say oppressed women, I mean that shit. Some of the shit I'm seeing being in Jewish people's houses, I'm like, oh my fucking God. Some other way, these men are not even ashamed to talk to their women when they got a motherfucking stranger in the house. I'm like, holy shit. If they can talk to them while a stranger in the house, how they talk to them, how they treat them when ain't nobody here, when it's just them. Isn't that a paradox? To see the treatment of these women, abominable treatment of these women, and then to hear women just like them, look like them, probably some of the ones I even put my hands on, oppressed as the day is long, and then will turn around and say some of the most monstrous shit I've ever heard. I've heard in the last 2 years since this shit jumped off in the Middle East. So, no, you won't have me out here. And I'll be honest. Ooh, child. I didn't Bronx Leering. You ain't the first person to tell me that. You ain't the first person to tell me that about the Hispanic community. I mean, the first family I lived with here was Mexican. They got horror stories too. I done told y'all that up on here. They got horror stories. Horror stories. Oh my God. We all do. So there's a call that we're making. There's a call that we're making. There's a world we have to create. Everybody is not going to be in the process of creating it, but everybody should be able to be the beneficiaries of that which we create. I really feel that. So I'm gonna get up off here so I can. It's 3:26 now. Tomorrow's the 20th. We're gonna do a live at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I'm gonna be up in Mount Washington, so I'm just gonna do a live broadcast. We're gonna bypass the Zoom, bypass like the Eventbrite. If you want to make a donation, you guys have the information. It's the temple's email address, evoemetemp@gmail.com. You can make those donations via Zelle and PayPal. If you want to make a donation via Cashapp, that is $Daughter-of-the-Fates. If you want to make a donation via Venmo, it's my name, Cassandra, Cassandra-Floyd, Floyd. You can email me at those email addresses if you want further information, either about the conspiracy that we're casting, about I'm going to send out the live anyway, and then any of the past conspiracies, I'll send all that to you. The conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, and then the conspiracy that we're casting. What we're going to be calling on is the conspiracy once I send it out to you guys. So email me and put conspiracy at the top of the email. Once you guys email me, what I am calling on people to do is just, damn, that sucks. I didn't realize my shit was dying. I am calling on people to do is recite the conspiracy at least once a day. At least once a day. Let's see. Yeah, at least once a day, like at 11:11. You know what I'm saying? 11:11 a.m. Whatever your time is, or yeah, something like that. I don't know. Just once a day. Recite the conspiracy every day through the time that was proposed as the end of the Council of Nicaea. So it started on 5/20 325 AD, and then it ended August 25th of 325 AD. Every day, recite the conspiracy. And I'm gonna, like I said, the essence of the conspiracy is going to be about the reclamation of what is ours. So in that, inherent in that is going to be like whatever. I'll type it out. I still have to meditate on it, but y'all will have it before 5 o'clock tomorrow. As a matter of fact, y'all will have it before then. Y'all will have it before noon my time tomorrow. Okay. All right. This was fun. It always is. I don't know why I'm doing this lately. Like, it never used to be this way. I could be up off of here in an hour, 2 hours tops. Now, every time I get up on the live, it's 3, 4, 5 hours. It's fun, but I have to be more disciplined. Thanks for the fish hook. Thanks for the fish hook, Java Watson. All right, so y'all make sure to email me, evoemetemp@gmail.com. All right? And make sure you check out the links that I put in the description below this video. They're really good. All right, peace. All right, peace. That's it.